Hi, Gibson girl. Come on in, Rebecca. Toria says device is not connected, Toria. Go out and try to come back in, maybe. Or connected device. Hi, Phyllis.
Hi.
Glad to see you this morning. You look great.
You. Uh-oh, we're having echoes. I've got it.
You look great. Yeah, we just need to cut it off. Yeah. Hi,
Okay.
Toria.
Yeah, I saw the suggestion that you wear earbuds if you're hearing echoes.
Yeah. Hi,
Okay.
Toria.
Yeah.
Morning,
I saw the
Shabbat Shalom.
suggestion that you wear earbuds if you're hearing echoes.
Yeah. Hi, Toria.
Morning, Shabbat suggestion that you wear earbuds.
Shabbat
Okay.
Shalom.
Awesome. Shabbat Shalom. Hi, Sharon. Everybody turn off their mics and turn YouTube off. Stay on. Turn off their mics and turn YouTube off. Hi, Sharon. Everybody turn off their mics and there we go. Somebody's still on YouTube. You gotta click off of YouTube. Hi, Peggy. Glad you're here. Hi, Phil.
How's it going? I might be on YouTube. I can't remember. Stay on and click off.
Okay, I'm gonna turn off your mic, Phil. All righty. Wait a few more minutes here. This is going to be intense today. I mean, this is huge. Well, I'm going to try to. We got Romans 6, 7, and 8 scheduled, but I'm almost positive we're not going to get through them. It's just way too much information here, so we'll do the best we can. But I don't want to miss anything. I don't want to go too fast. We leaving important stuff on the table either. Kind of like last week, I think that we left some stuff on the table we need to address before we begin today with 6. And we're not in a rush. We don't need to hurry through all this. So
There's something wrong. You're doubling voice.
We're not in a rush. We don't need to hurry through all this. So yeah. How about now? Can you hear me better now? Yeah, Tad came in, his mic was on, I think's what happened there. But we're not in a big rush here to rush through all this. It's more important that we understand what we're reading than that we get through it quickly. Is everybody hearing me okay? Okay. So we'll wait a few more minutes here. We're still early. It's just 3 minutes after 11 here, so. See, we got 6 people in. We got 4 more openings. Is Lou coming, Phyllis? Hi, Diane. Come on in. Come on in, Rebecca. See if we can fill up the StreamYard if we can. Don't forget, we got to control our mics and we have to turn off YouTube. Hang on, Toria. Hi, Diane. We got control Diane. Okay, we're getting bad echoes today, so we're going to have to control our mics. Go ahead, Toria.
Yeah, it's doubling your voice.
Okay, we're getting bad echoes today, so we're going to have to control our mics.
I don't know what's going on.
Go ahead, Toria.
Yeah, it's doubling your voice.
Okay, we're getting bad echoes today, so we're going to have to control our. I think somebody's on YouTube. Every time somebody comes in, am I okay now? Yeah, so all the mics are off. So we're going to have a bad mic day. So we all have to make sure we control the mics. You can't hear me? What do I sound like? So
it's copying you twice.
You can't hear Hmm. Can everybody hear me all right now? I don't know why all that doubling's going on. I'm not quite sure. But hopefully it stops. It's still doing it, Toria?
Yeah, it's still doubling.
Stops. I don't know why. I just don't know. I don't know if I can leave the studio without messing everything up.
Maybe we should all go out and come back
I don't know
in.
if I can leave the studio. It's like YouTube is not turning off on me. That's what it seems like. I'm not sure why. I think I can, let me see. Stop mic and stop camera. Okay, how's that? Is that any better? Better now?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's better.
Okay. All right, that was scary.
It's
Went
still
out.
doing it.
Yeah, I think so.
Sounds better now, huh? I think it does.
Tori is still having a problem.
Tori, are you on YouTube? You clicked out of YouTube? Is everybody else hearing me clearly?
I can hear you. I can hear you clearly.
out of
You're just
YouTube?
doubling over.
Is everybody else hearing me clearly? Yeah, it's coming off of you, Toria.
I'm
Yeah.
not on. I'm not on YouTube.
You're just
doubling over.
Is everybody else hearing me clearly?
You're.
Okay, Lou, are you, am I doubling with you?
Wait a minute. Let me.
Your mic's off, Lou.
Yeah, you sound like you're in a metal pipe. It's not really a reverb, but it's a weird tone. But you sound. I can hear you.
After you talk, I hear what you said, like delayed. So I'm here. Well, not anymore. Talk again, Mark. Let's see if we hear you.
I don't know. I'm not understanding what's going on.
The sounds good now.
Okay.
It's probably Lou's mic needs to be turned off.
Yeah, it's good now. It's not doubling anymore.
Okay. All right. Maybe YouTube caught up with us or something. Who knows? Something was lagging. I don't know. So we have 6, 7, 8. We got 2 more openings. Anybody wanting to come in before we get started? Anybody got anything they want to start, open up, say? Anybody got any comments they want to bring up before we get going? No? Go ahead, Lou.
Yeah, in case the new King Charles is watching, I wanted to let him know about this one. Wait a minute. Let me turn this on here. Hey, King Charles, check this out, buddy. Deuteronomy 17, 14 through 20. You gotta write the Torah. Write the commandments down on a piece of paper and keep it with you every day and read it every day. Hey.
All righty. We got 9. Anyone else? Go ahead, Toria. You got a question, Toria, or a comment? No?
No, I was actually flipping my laptop down to look for my smaller version of the
Oh,
our covenant words.
all righty. Glad to see everybody in the chat room.
Because you just let everybody know you can get a pocket-sized one to put in your bag and carry with you at all times.
Yeah, I like those little ones.
Mark, can you remind the people that are in the comments from the YouTube that we can't comment or we can only comment in our private chat.
Right, they can hear us. So anybody that's on YouTube, just let y'all know that we cannot comment back to YouTube because we're not on YouTube. We're on a private chat. We can see what you write, so we can, if we read it, we can bring it to the attention of Mark, and if you have questions.
Yeah, if you do have a question for anybody in the StreamYard, it doesn't have to be me. You can address it to anybody, really. But if you would do all caps or redline it, then we would be able to pick up your question a lot easier. We could see it a lot faster. I got one more person trying to come in here, and then we'll get. Oh, there you are.
Okay, I'm going to have to let you go. I'll talk to you soon, okay?
I was just thinking about your Will come in here. And, all right. Glad to see you, brother. I just had you on my mind. We lost somebody. Who was it? All right, whoever we lost, come on back. I'll watch for you. The problem is when it gets down to the bottom row, I can only see about 1/4 of an inch. Double rows. So it's hard for me. If you see anybody trying to come in, alert me to it. Sometimes I forget to look down there.
Well, Phil Dickey is in the private chat, but I don't see him.
Oh, that's Phil. We dropped. Just dropped someone else.
They're dropping like flies.
They're dropping like flies. I don't know why it does that. I think it's just you get a weak signal or they're on the cell phone or something. Bam, it's hard to stay on sometimes. It's almost like this thing has to warm up or something. Here comes somebody. Sandra is who it was. Here she is. She's back. Oh, she's having a hard time. There she goes. Hi, Sandra. Just come on back if that happens to you. I'll keep an eye on you. I think you're on a cell phone, probably. Hi, AJ. Glad you're here. Yeah, me and Rule, you coming in? Okay, Gibson girl. All right, we got room for one more. Anybody wants to come on before we get started? All right, let's get started. It's almost, we'll wait one more minute. We'll start at 11:15. It's 11:14 now, at least on my clock. Yami, come on in. You and Rule. There we go. There's Phil. All right. Phil's on a cell phone too. So we're having problems with the cell phones today, you guys. So if you drop out, just come back on. I'll keep an eye out for you. Trying to let you back in as quickly as possible. All right. We got a full house now. Hi, Joseph. Glad you're here, brother. Rule, glad you're here. Mark DLT, glad to see you, man. Dave Messenger, glad you're here, brother. Diane, Peggy. All right. Got a full house. So let's get going. Like I say, I'm hoping we would get through Romans 6, 7, and 8 today, but I'm seeing now that it's not going to happen. So we'll get through it as much as we can. It's so important. I don't want to rush through it. I'd rather take our time and understand it rather than rush through it and not really understand what we're saying. So these next 3 chapters are extremely vitally important. So if you have any doubts or you don't understand, please ask a question. It's vital that that you understand it. We don't want to rush through this one, okay? All right. I think we just lost Sandra again. Okay. Real Juan, glad you're here. All righty. So last week, I think we stopped and we had some open ends, some loose ends that came up, and I just would like to address a little bit about last week before we begin chapter 6 of Romans. So as quickly as possible. And if you have questions, it's okay. We'll slow it down. I mean, I don't want to rush through any of this. It's just too important. So the loose ends from last week was important stuff. So it's worth us revisiting it before moving forward. I did receive some spiritual insight from the Ruach on some of these things we were talking about last week. And so therefore, I find it important to share it with all of you. And maybe some of you have also received some spiritual insight as well over the week. So the first thing here that we kind of left open was in Romans 5:17. For if by the trespass of the one, death did reign through the one. Okay, so that was kind of a thing that we were trying to figure this out. And the insight I got from the Ruach on that is found in Genesis 5:1 and 2. So if everybody wants to turn to Genesis 5:1 and 2. Pertaining to the one here, okay? You may recall that I had shared that when Scripture speaks of the one that all sin came through, it's the first Adam. You all recall that. And then, of course, the second Adam would be Yahushua, who had no sin. Okay, so Genesis 5:1 and 2, this is the book of the genealogy of Adam. In the day that Elohim created man, he made him in the likeness of Elohim. Okay, so male and female, he created them, and he blessed them and called their name, speaking of both of them, their name Adam. In the Yom, they were created. So we see here now that he's speaking of one, he's speaking of both of them, the male and the female are one. Everybody seeing that now? Because that was a stickler last week. We all on board with that one? All right. Someone's trying to come in. Hi, Sandra. I'm keeping an eye on you. Don't worry. I'm sorry that's happening. Okay. So there we go, folks. That answers that. So the death through the one, trespass of the one is the man and the woman as being one, is we just found out in 5:2 of Genesis. Male and female, he created them, and he blessed them and called their name Adam. In the Yom, they were created. So this is speaking of the man and woman. Why? Because they're married, they're one. They're no longer two in Yahuwah's eyes. He only sees one. He doesn't see two anymore. All right, so I hope everybody's on the same page. Okay, that's fairly easy to get now. All right, so that was the one of the loose ends. The other was, let me see if I recall, was it Adam being deceived. Okay. And so we kind of left that one unchecked really too. So, Adam, Lou took us to Timothy, and in Timothy, yeah, hang on a second. Okay, here it is. So, in Romans, okay, we're going to skip over here a little bit now. We're going to push ahead to Romans 7. Okay, now we're talking about Adam being deceived. Okay, remember? Okay, so we go to 7:11. It says, "For sin having taken the occasion through the command, deceived me, and through it killed me." Okay, we seeing that? So sin having taken the occasion through the command, okay, deceived me, and through it killed me. All right, so keep that in mind. Now we just jumped ahead. Now let's go over to Timothy. It was 2 Timothy.
I'm sorry, where was that again?
Which one?
The one you just said.
That's in Romans 7:11.
Thank you.
We're going to revisit it, but here in 2 Timothy, I mean 1 Timothy, I'm sorry, 2:14, it says, "And Adam was not deceived, but the Asha, having been deceived, fell into transgression." All right, so everybody remember that conversation now. So here I said that Adam did not lose his authority, that this is speaking of that. So I think everybody recalls the conversation now. I got to bring this person. Okay, so here is what's the Ruach, the insight was given to me by the Ruach is this. Okay, Kua was deceived, Adam was not. So that was, Lou was correct on that, and so was William. Okay, so Kua being deceived by what? Okay, by Satan. Okay, so the serpent told the first lie ever to Kua. So when the serpent lied to Kua, Adam and Kua had never heard a lie before, ever. It was the first time a lie had ever came out of existence, okay? So they didn't even really know what a lie was. They were innocent at this particular time. They had not touched the fruit yet, okay? They were still innocent, like children. And they were like children when they were innocent at this particular time. So what happened? Okay. Kua was deceived because she believed the lie of the serpent. That's why Kua was deceived. She believed the lie of the serpent. Adam did not believe the lie of the serpent, so he was not deceived. But what happened to Adam? Adam was deceived by sin. Adam was deceived by sin. How? What sin? The same sin that Satan was deceived by. Satan was perfect until iniquity was found in him. What did he want to do? He wanted to be like Elohim. Matter of fact, he wanted to be above Elohim. So Adam was deceived by sin because when he heard the serpent say, "If you eat, you will be like Elohim," Adam thought, "Ooh, that would be cool." And so he was deceived by the sin. Okay? Not by the lie of the serpent. Eve was deceived because she plucked the fruit, believed the lie, and reached up and plucked the fruit and ate it. Adam didn't reach up and pluck the fruit. So he was not deceived like Eve, but the iniquity in his mind of him hearing that he could be like Elohim got the best of him, and he was deceived by that sin, and he did take and eat. Okay, and so go back to what we just read in Romans 7:11, and hear it. For sin, having taken the occasion through the command to not eat, deceived me. And through it, it killed me because he ate. Now, this is speaking of Paul here, but this is a shadow or a type of the reality. Okay? Otherwise, Adam wouldn't have to die. Adam wouldn't have to die if he didn't sin. If he didn't, well, he wasn't deceived by the sin and ate the forbidden fruit. So yeah, Kua was deceived by the first lie. What does deceived mean? What does it really mean? It means to cause someone to believe something that is not true in order to gain some type of personal advantage over them, right? So Adam, who never heard a lie before him, or who did not fall prey to the first lie he had ever heard. So he was not deceived the same way Eve was, but he was deceived by sin. Okay. So maybe, and this is not scriptural here, but maybe Adam thought that if they touched the fruit, they would drop dead immediately. And so he didn't touch it. But as soon as he saw Eve touch it and she did not drop dead, then Adam, the iniquity took a control of Adam's mind like it did Satan's, and Adam was deceived by the sin, not the father lies, but the sin that he could be like Elohim. He could be equal with Elohim. Okay. So there it is, man. Go ahead, Toria.
I think also a good terminology would be persuasion or persuaded. He was persuaded by her. Deceived or persuaded.
Yeah, and that's true. He could have been persuaded by her, but I think chapter 7, verse 11 tells us the story, really. I mean, I put myself in Adam's shoes. And if I would have been there and she would have handed me that fruit, persuasion, because she talked me into it, is what persuaded means. I don't think she could have talked me into it. I really don't. So I don't see that, but it is a possibility. So there has to be something deeper than her just persuading Adam. I mean, look, Hashatan couldn't persuade Adam. You know, the devil couldn't persuade Adam. The devil couldn't deceive Adam. So how could the woman? Because he loved her? You know, I have a hard time with that one. But it's a possibility. But I don't think so. I think iniquity was found in Adam's mind, and he was deceived by sin, exactly what Satan did. Because he was also perfect until iniquity was found in him. But it's a possibility. All right. So that's those two things. And this is where I was led by the Ruach, to explain these that we were stuck on. And just remember, I mean, the authority remains with the man. So Adam did not lose his authority. Okay, he did hearken to the voice of his Asha, but he did not he did not give up his authority, even though he did do that. So he did he did hearken to her, but it's clear that Adam did not lose his authority as the head. Okay, and in this First Timothy that we're reading, and also obviously in 1 Corinthians 11, we can go there. 1 Corinthians 11:1. He says, become imitators of me as I also am of Mashiach. And I praise you, brothers, that you remember me in every way and keep the traditions as I delivered them to you. And I wish you to know that the head of every man is the Mashiach, and the head of the Asha is the man, and the head of the Mashiach is Yahuwah. So it's pretty clear that Adam did not lose his authority to the woman, although he hearkened to her voice and he did eat, which makes it sound like she did persuade him, as Tori is saying. So I'm saying it's a possibility, but I think a lesser possibility than he was deceived by sin, because iniquity was found in him at that point, because he wasn't deceived by the lie. So what deceived him? See what I mean? There has to be something there. All right, that's enough on that one. And the last one was when we were speaking about, remember, children being born with sin. Remember that, in the innocent blood. And that was kind of left open a little bit. And so if we, several things here that we can look at very quickly. I don't want to make too big a deal out of this because it's a very ginger subject, and I don't really want to hit it hard, but go to Psalms 51. And we'll handle this gingerly as possible. Psalms 51. And it says, starting in verse 4, against you, you alone have I sinned and done evil in your eyes, that you might be proven right in your words. Be clear when you judge. So this was Daud speaking to Yahuwah. Seeing I was brought forth in crookedness, and in sin my mother conceived me. Here it is. See, I was brought forth in crookedness, and in sin my mother conceived me. See, you have desired truth in the inward parts, and in the hidden part you make me know wisdom. This means we're being taught by Yahuwah, by the Ruach inside of us, to our inward parts and to our mind. He's speaking into our mind. So yes, Yahuwah talks to people. His Ruach speaks to people in their mind. So people say, Yahuwah told me this. Well, this is proof that he does teach people. We are taught by Yahuwah. You have desired truth in the inward parts, and in the hidden part, you make me know wisdom. See? Personal conversation between a believer and Yahuwah within. Okay? Between the Ruach and the mind or the being of the person he's indwelling. Okay, so see, I was brought forth in crookedness, and in sin my mother conceived me. This sounds very much as though we are sin. We are conceived. We have sin even at our conception in our mother's womb. And it has to be, because the only other thing it can really be meaning here is that David's mother was a whore. If you want to look at it that way, you can, but I don't see it that way. And then sin, my mother, so she was fornicating and she got pregnant. That's what some people say. I don't see it like that. Okay, I see it's, and then sin, my mother conceived me, because the sin is attached to our DNA. Why? Because our DNA is a recorded history of our ancestors, man. So through our DNA, we can go even Adam's genes in there, all the way back to Adam, and then to Yahuwah, actually. That's why we have light in our DNA. So all the way through our DNA strand, all the way leading up to us, is a recorded history of who our ancestors are, going all the way back to Adam and then to Yahuwah, actually. All right. So there it is. We carry the DNA forward, or the sin forward, through the DNA of our ancestors, all the way back to Adam, who was deceived by sin, not by the lie of the serpent. Okay? So then over to Psalms 58, verse 3, it says, the wrong have been estranged from the womb. These who speak lies go astray from birth. So this is saying that we're liars at birth. All right. So is there sin in a DNA of every human being? Yes, that's why we all die. If there wasn't, we wouldn't have to die. Death is a penalty of sin. If you would not sin, you would not have to die. So there you go. Those are the two. Take it for what it's worth. I don't want to make a big deal out of these. Like I say, I want to handle this gingerly as possible, but see how it's brought forth in crookedness. That's unrighteousness. And in sin, my mother conceived me. The wrong have been estranged from the womb. These who speak lies go astray from birth. So there you go. That's the three that we left open. Does anybody got any questions on that, or any comments, or they want to say anything at all about this before we move on now? Because I think it's very important information here that we just went over. Hard facts is what I call them. Really, it really is hard facts. I get it. And it's not that I'm right and everybody else is wrong, or I'm wrong and everybody else is right. This is the quest for truth that we're after. It's not about me. It's not about you. It's about the quest for truth. That's what we're after here, folks. No personal attacking or anything. It's just a quest for truth. Oh, go ahead, William. Sorry, I didn't see you down there.
That's okay, brother. Great stuff. First off, and it kind of opens up my mind a little bit to thought that if it's in our DNA, okay, and we consider Lucifer the father of lies and all, the originator, okay. I don't think he was the original creator of sin. I might be wrong about this. Maybe I'm thinking that there was a thought process that existed in the heavenly realm. When you look at what it says in the book of Ezekiel, where it says that thou was perfect in the ways from the day that thou was created until iniquity was found in you. Okay, did he take the bait too? Was there something in this plan that was, Elohim's great plan had to go according to the way that he wanted it to go. This had to be experienced to bring about perfection once again. Okay. You see where I'm going with that? Okay.
Yeah, I do, William. I think it's almost like an opposition, isn't it? It's almost like, okay, so Satan, who was perfect, probably his greatest creation to this point, had iniquity and he sinned. Okay. But so did lowly man. He did the same thing. Adam did the same thing as Hashatan, right? So they're made an opposition here. And so it's almost like Yahuwah saying, oh yeah, well, guess what? I can make a lowly man of flesh and let him commit the same sin as you and watch him still worship me. Watch him repent, be sorrowful, and worship me. And you don't, because you're so prideful that you won't repent and admit you were wrong. So now all of a sudden it's like a game between them two, right? With Yahuwah designing this. Did not Yahuwah design everything? So yeah, you got some validation there, man. And then I'm with you on it. There's something to to that opposition for sure. But if we go to John 8. Everybody, go to John 8, verse 43. It says, "Why do you not know what I say?" This is Yahusha talking to us now. "Because you are unable to hear my word? You are of your father the devil, and the desires of your father you wish to do. He was a murderer from the beginning and has not stood in the truth, because there is no truth in him. When he speaks the lie, he speaks of his own, for he is a liar and the father of it." So Satan told the first lie ever to Eve and Adam. "And because I speak the truth, you do not believe me. Who of you proves me wrong concerning sin? And if I speak the truth, why do you not believe me? And who is of Elohim? He who is of Elohim hears the words of Elohim. Therefore, you do not hear, because you are not of Elohim." Okay, so here we go. The source of lies or untruth is Hashatan. He told the first lie. He's a liar. He's the father of lies, and he will not stop. So this characteristic of Satan was what? Passed down through men's DNA. Why? Because Adam was deceived by sin, and Kua was deceived by the lie. Didn't we just read that in Psalms? Yeah, we did. So back to that Psalms 51, 58 says, "The wrong have been estranged from the womb. These who speak lies go astray from birth." So, well, we got the same characteristic of Satan. So they're saying, I'm saying there's some kind of opposition, some kind of game being played out here. Who were trying to prove something to Satan, and Satan trying to do everything he can to trip up the truth that Yahuwah is speaking to him. No, this is a deep subject. We can go real deep with that through the 7 days of creation, the 6,000 years or 6 millenniums allowed for mankind. We can take it that deep. But that's not what we're going to do today. I just wanted to tie up some loose ends and not create other loose ends. Okay, so if y'all don't mind, let's get back to subject into Romans at this point. Anybody got anything else to say? Any other comments? Any other questions? It's a deep subject for sure. I know it's hard truth. Nobody? All right. Let me see. Somebody trying to come in. Brick's on. Okay, cool. Glad you're here, Brick. If anybody sees Brick making comments, will you please advise me? All right. Okay, guys. I think we've tied up our loose ends, at least partially. And let's go ahead now and go to Romans 6 and begin our study in Romans here. Right off the get-go, this is going to get real heavy. All right, so I'm going to start reading here a little bit, and because it's so many interruptions, it's so heavy, it's so deep, so spiritual. It'll just be ridiculous interrupting you another reader so many times. So let me begin with Romans 6, if I may. And I'm in the BYNV. I hope all of you are too. If any of you out there in the chat room, if you do not have the BYNV, go please read along with whatever translation you do have. us Natsarim highly recommend that you find a good revised or restored translation of the Hebrew text, because you'll get more truth out of it, and it's easier to understand. So BYNB is the one I found to be the best one, in my opinion. All right, so here we go. Romans 6. What then shall we say? Maybe we ought to back up here real quick to Romans 5 and on 20, just to catch up to where we left off, because it's kind of a little bit of a continuation. And the Torah came in beside so that the trespass would increase. Okay. That's pretty heavy duty right there. But where sin increased, favor increased still more, so that as sin did reign in death, even so favor might reign through righteousness to everlasting life through Yahushua Mashiach, our master. Okay. Wow. Huh? Here we go now. What then shall we say? Shall we continue in sin to let favor increase? Let it not be. No, we should not. How shall we who died to sin still live in it? Now that's powerful right there. Now get a grip on this, because he's going to take it real deep right now. Or do you not know that as many of us as were immersed into Mashiach Yahushua were immersed into his death? Okay, so now we're in the true pattern of Yahushua. All right, and we're following in the true pattern of Yahushua. So when we immersed, we died. That's the first thing. The old man has been put to death. That's the first thing we got to understand. We were therefore buried with him through immersion into death. See that? So when we went under the water, we were buried through our immersion into death. We died, period. The flesh died. That as Mashiach was raised up from the dead by the esteem of the Father, so also we should walk in newness of life. So here, continuing in the true pattern of Yahushua, we are now resurrected when we rose out of the water, from the water with Yahushua. All right. So we have resurrected, we've left our flesh in the grave and death. What's that mean? That means we're a spiritual being now without a body at this point in the game. All right. For if we have come to be grown together in the likeness of his death, if we've died with him, we shall be also of the resurrection. So we'll be alive with him in the resurrection. Knowing this, that our old man, which is the flesh, was staked with him, so that the body of sin, your body of sin, what is that telling us? Our body is saturated with sin. It's full of sin. The body of sin, it houses sin. Might be rendered powerless. What's going to be made powerless? The body of sin, your flesh. That it may be rendered powerless to serve sin no longer. Why can't the flesh serve sin no longer? Because the flesh is dead. It was left in the water. It was staked with Yahushua and died. We don't have a body now at this particular time. All right, might be rendered powerless to serve sin no longer. That's such a powerful statement. For he who has died has been made right from sin. What does that mean? For he who has died in your water immersion has been made right from sin. Why? Because we're even with the house now. Sin means that we have to die once. Men have to die once, right? Because of sin. So when we died in our water immersion, we paid in full with our death. We're not sinners no more. We paid the price, which is death in the immersion. This is hard for us to understand in our reality, but it's not hard for Yahuwah to understand. He wrote it. Yahuwah gets it, man. You've paid the price for your sins. You're a new creature now. And he sees your sin no more because you've wiped the slate clean. With what? Our righteousness? No, his righteousness, the blood of Yahusha. Okay, that's getting a little ahead, but that's the picture. Okay, we all need to get that vision. Okay, so let's just pause there and take a look, because this is so important to understand. I know it's a stumbling block for many. So let's go over to 1 John 3:2. Everybody turn to 1 John 3:2. And we'll read down to 10. Beloved ones, now we are children of Yahuwah. We're not adults. We have to remain in the belief of children. Okay, like Adam and Chua was before the fall. They were like children. They had the belief of children, which is pure, perfect belief. Child is born with perfect belief until adults ruin them with lies. And now our children of Yahuwah, and it has not yet been revealed what we shall be, because we haven't had a body yet. We don't have a body yet. We're just a being now. And it has not been revealed what we shall be, but we know that when he is revealed, which is Yahusha, we shall be like him, for we shall see him as he is. So we're going to have a body like him when we do get another body, or a new body again. Yeah, we're going to be similar to him. And everyone having this expectation in him cleanses himself from the sin of the flesh. And as he is clean in the blood of the Lamb, as he is clean. So he's clean, we're clean, because we've put off the flesh. Everyone doing sin also does lawlessness, and sin is lawlessness. And you know that he was manifested to take away our sins, and in him there is no sin. Everyone staying in him does not sin. What does that mean? Staying in Yahusha, the Ruach HaKodesh. Okay, everyone staying in him does not sin. Why? Because we don't have a body anymore, remember? So now where are we staying at? We're staying in him. He's our body now. And we're his body. We're in him now. We're not in our fleshly body anymore. We're in Yahusha. Okay? So everyone staying in him does not sin. Everyone, because you can't. Because if you're in Yahusha's body, he has no sin. So how can we have sin? We can't. Our sin is trapped in our fleshly body, which was left in the water, in the grave. It was staked. Everyone sinning has neither seen him nor known him. So if you're still sinning, you haven't seen him or you don't know him. In other words, you haven't gone through the cleansing process. You haven't put off the flesh in the water correctly. If you did it, it wasn't correct. If you're still sinning, you got to do a re-immersion, be re-immersed. Little children, see, here we are, we're the little children with perfect belief, believing just like a little kid can believe. Let no one lead you astray, like your parents when they taught you there was a Santa Claus and an Easter Bunny. They're leading those children astray, aren't they? Yeah, they're ruining those children's perfect belief. And it's a shame that they're doing that. They're destroying perfect belief given to them children by Yahuwah. And better be repenting for that, parents. The one doing uprightness is upright, even as he is upright. The one doing sin is of the devil, because the devil has sinned from the beginning. For this purpose, the Son of Yahuwah was manifested to destroy the activity of the devil, which is what? Sin. Sin and lying, deceiving people. Everyone having been born of Yahuwah does not sin, because his seed stays in him. His seed is Yahusha. So his seed stays in you, you do not sin. The seed of Yahuwah is his son, Yahusha. Okay? His seed stays in him, and he is powerless to sin. Powerless to sin. Because he has been born of Yahuwah. You've become a son of Elohim now. You're powerless to sin. You're in Yahusha now. He's your body temporarily until we receive our new immortal bodies, which will be sin-proof. In this, the children of Yahuwah and the children of the devil are manifest. Everyone not doing righteousness is not of Yahuwah, neither the one not loving his brother. So that's how you know that you're a son of Yahuwah now. Okay? Everyone not doing righteousness is not of Yahuwah. What does that mean? Obedience. Yeah, the 10 Debarim, the witnesses, 10 Commandments, if you will. Obedience is what righteousness is obedience. Unrighteousness is lawlessness or disobedience. Is not of Yahuwah. So if you're not being obedient, folks, if you're not keeping Yom Shabbat, if you're not obeying the 10 Debarim, guess what? You're unrighteous. Neither the one not loving his brother. So you have to love your brother and your sister. Definitely in Mashiach. If you slander them, you're murdering them. Stop talking about your brothers and sisters. It's not about us. It's not about me. It's not about you. It's all about Yahuwah, and we need to focus on Yahusha and not each other. We're not even supposed to recognize each other because the flesh has been put off and has died with Yahuwah, with Yahusha, staked with Yahusha. Okay, so let's go back to Romans 6 now, and in 7. For he who has died has been made right from sin. So it's been paid in full. No longer, we are now powerless to sin because the body has been put off. Circumcised, the entire flesh has been circumcised. And if we died with Mashiach, we believe that we shall also live with him, staying in the true pattern of Yahushua now, Natsarim, knowing that Mashiach, having been raised from the dead, dies no more. Death no longer rules over him because he has not sinned. Death rules over sin, has authority over sin. There's no sin in Yahuwah or Yahusha, so death couldn't hold him. You had to let him loose. Had no authority to hold him. Matter of fact, death made a huge mistake when it took Yahusha, right? There had to be compensation for convicting an innocent man. He couldn't just release him and say, oh, sorry about that. No. Some kind of compensation has to have been made there, and there was. And we're it. For in that he died to sin once for all, but in that he lives to Yahuwah. So you also reckon yourselves to be dead indeed to sin, but alive to Yahuwah in Mashiach Yahusha, our Master. All right, so that just confirms what we were just saying. Therefore, do not let sin reign in your mortal body. Now we're coming back into our reality. This has been spiritual. Now he's going to, Paul's going to try to explain this in our reality. Because are we not still in these fleshly bodies in our reality? Yes, we are. So Paul's going to speak to us about that. He's going to address that. Therefore, do not let sin reign in your mortal body to obey it in its desires. Neither present your members as instruments of unrighteousness to sin, but present yourselves to Yahuwah as being alive from the dead, and your members as instruments of righteousness to Yahuwah. So we're no longer the walking dead, right? That's one thing for sure. The other thing here is, as little children, we're going to pretend. We can't get on Yahuwah's level, but as little children, we can pretend. So we're going to pretend here that we have been resurrected from the dead as new creatures. We're no longer in this mortal body. So we're not going to let this mortal body tell us what to do. We're not going to let it sin and do what it wants anymore because it's dead. We're going to pretend it's gone, and we're not even in it anymore. We're living in Yahusha. So we are like little children. We believe in the spiritual reality of Yahuwah, not in our own mortal reality, our carbon-copied reality. See that? And your members as instruments of righteousness to Yahuwah. So we're going to be obedient to Yahuwah and listen to what Yahuwah has to say. And we're going to believe everything Yahuwah has told us as little children. And he told us that our bodies have been put off. And we believe in that. And we're going to pretend, although our reality, if we look in the mirror, says otherwise, our imagination that he gave us can look and say, I no longer see you, flesh. I'm the son of Elohim now. I'm spiritual. Because you have to. Why you have to do that? To create the mindset. You have to create that mindset in order to believe that and understand that and live that way, live in the Ruach and walk in the Ruach. You have to create that mindset within yourself. You have to believe what is being said here. If you say, oh, that ain't, I don't get it, man. I sin every day, man. I still hit my elbow and it hurts. Well, yeah, now you're doing what? You're submitting back to the flesh. You're calling Yahuwah a liar. You're saying, no, I still have a fleshly body. See, I can pinch myself and it hurts. For sin shall not rule over you, for you are not under the law, but under favor. Okay, so death has authority over sin, not favor. Okay, so here's a huge verse that Christians love to go to. They think this proves, without a shadow of a doubt, that we are no longer under the Torah, under the Ten Commandments, but under favor. So all we have to do is believe. This is where they get, we are no longer under Torah, but we're in the age of grace, ruled under, and it's favor, not obedience. And that's what they point to here. Why? Because they don't get it. So the for sin shall not rule over you, because you're powerless to sin, okay? For you are not under the law. What law? But under favor. What law? If you're not under the law, you're not under the penalty of that law. Right? You only have to die once. So what were we released from? The penalty of death. So we're no longer under the penalty, man. It doesn't apply to us anymore. So the penalty prescribed by the law is death, and we are no longer under the law or the penalty of the law, which is death. But we're under favor. What then? Okay, so what then? Shall we sin because we are not under Torah, but under favor? Let it not be. Okay, so you can see here just by Paul's words why it's confusing and why Christians can manipulate this and make it mean something it doesn't really mean. All right. So we have to take a good look at it. What then? Shall we sin because we are not under law or under Torah, but under favor? Let it not be. No, no, no way. All right. So under here, I'm reading Lou's footnote deal here. Under here means subjected to the penalties of or accountable to its punishment. The crimes we committed are erased by the blood of Yahusha. He's blotted them out, who paid for us and purchased us with his own blood. Okay, so the subjected to the penalties of or accountability to its punishment. So if shall we sin because we are no longer under the penalty of death? We've been released from our prison. So we get to go out and sin now because we're no longer under the death penalty? No. Let it not be. With favor. Torah, but under favor. What does that mean, under favor? Well, the mantle from the judge sitting on his throne has come down in our favor. Just think of it that way. Why? Because we're now in Yahusha. We've put off the body of sin and we're in Yahusha now. So the mantle has come down and bam, in our favor. We are no longer under the penalty of death or the law, the penalty of the law, which is death. This is what this is speaking of, folks. This isn't releasing us from obedience to Yahuwah's instructions or commands. Okay? Is everybody on the same page with this right here? Because we don't even want to go past this unless you get it, because the Christians will tear you alive with this one. They'll eat you up if you don't understand it. Everybody good with it? No questions over here in the chat room about it? Okay, we'll move beyond it then. Do you not know that to whom you present yourselves servants for obedience, you are servants of the one whom you obey, whether of sin to death or of obedience to righteousness? So servants of righteousness. Adam and Kua obeyed the serpent, we'll just say, because they're one. We could say, well, Kua did, Adam didn't. What, we can be petty, but this not. Just look at them as one, like Scripture says they are. Okay, so Adam and Kua, who is one, obeyed the serpent because they believed his lie and they did what he told them to do. And so this became idolatry. So their sin was really idolatry because the servants for obedience. Do you not know that to whom you present yourselves servants of obedience? So whoever you are obeying, that's who you serve. That's your master. That's your all, if you will. You are servants of the one whom you obey. That's what this is saying. Which one? Evil or good? Unrighteousness or righteousness? Obedience or disobedience? Darkness or light? Satan or Yahuwah? The devil or Yahuwah? You're the servants of righteousness. Of course, we serve Yahuwah through obedience. That proves that that's who we serve, because of our obedience proves who we serve. If you have disobedience, you're not obeying the 10 Debarim, who do you serve? Who are you serving? Yahuwah? You're serving the Satan, the devil, the father of lies. He has become your father. If you're serving unrighteousness, the devil has become your father. He's the father of lies. The first one to ever tell a lie, first murderer. Why is Satan the first murderer? The murderer from the beginning. Why? Because he murdered Adam and Kua with his lie. Did he not? Yeah, he did. Satan is the one who murdered Adam and Kua with his lie. But thanks to Yahuwah that you were servants of sin, yet you obeyed from the heart that form of teaching in which you were entrusted. But thanks to Yahuwah that you were servants of sin, yet you obeyed from the heart that form of teaching to which you were entrusted. All right. And having been set free from sin, you became servants of righteousness. Set free from sin when you were released from the body of sin, and you became the servants of righteousness, serving righteousness with your obedience. So I speak as a man. Now here's one of the incidents where Paul is saying that he speaks literally, not spiritually. So he's speaking literally as a man would speak, it's not the Ruach HaKodesh speaking through him here at this point. I speak as a man. We got to be real keen to Paul when he confesses that, because of a lot of reasons, but just make sure that when he says, I speak as a man, that we're recognizing that, what he's saying, okay? Because of the weakness of your flesh. So he speaks as a man because of the weakness of your flesh. He's coming down on your level. Okay, so if you're still walking in the flesh, he's coming down speaking as a man on your level. Why? Because you can't understand the spiritual matters. You're not going to be able to understand the teaching of the Ruach HaKodesh if you're in the mind of the flesh, because you're an enemy of the Torah. You hate the Torah and you hate Yahuwah if you're in the mind of the flesh. Okay, for even as you did present your members as servants of uncleanness and the lawlessness resulting in lawlessness, so now present your bodies as servants of righteousness, resulting in set apartness. So this would be the opposite behavior of the mind of the flesh. It'd be a new a change of consciousness toward righteousness and opposed to unrighteousness. Okay, so present your bodies as servants of righteousness, resulting in set apartness. How? In your imagination, like a child does. This is where pure belief comes from. For when you were servants of sin, you were free from righteousness. Wow. What fruit, therefore, were you having then, over which you are now ashamed? For the end, therefore, thereof is death. Okay, so ignorant, but now having been set free from sin and having become servants of Yahuwah, and have your fruit resulting in set apartness from the flesh, and the end, everlasting life. Okay? So it's almost like we're ignorant to sin. Did sin exist outside of the Torah? is be ignorant to sin and pretend like we're little children and stop being adults, all knowing, know-it-all adults. Okay, everlasting life, Mashiach, our master. For the wages of sin is death, but the favorable gift of Yahuwah is everlasting life in Mashiach Yahusha, our master. Our belief is a gift. It's our righteousness is favor in Yahusha. It's really Yahusha's righteousness. So the wages of sin is death, but the favorable gift, which is belief. That's what gives us the favor. It's our belief in the power of Yahuwah to do these things. Of Yahuwah is everlasting life. In Mashiach Yahusha, it's our belief, favorable gift of belief is a gift of Yahuwah is everlasting life. It gives us everlasting life in Mashiach Yahusha, our master, because we're in him and he's in us. We've put on Yahusha now, not the flesh. We've removed the flesh and we've put on Yahusha temporarily. We will get our immortal bodies when he is revealed. We'll be revealed with him. We'll be esteemed with him, I should say, with immortality. Okay, so there's 6. Any questions up to this point? No? Everybody full understanding, agreement here, huh? Well, that's a good thing. All right, can I get a reader for 7 now? Anybody? Oh yeah, go ahead, Toria.
Okay. Chapter 7. Or do you not know, brothers, for I speak to those knowing the Torah, that the Torah rules over a man as long as he lives. For the married Asha has been bound by Torah to the living husband. But if her husband dies, she is released from the Torah concerning her husband. So then, while her husband lives, she shall be called an adulteress if she becomes another man's. But if her husband dies, she is free from that part of the Torah, so that she is not an adulteress, having become another man's.
Okay, a minute now. Go ahead, turn off your mic, Toria. Okay, this is another one that the Christians turn to. We got to get this. Okay, so they say the entire Torah or even the Tanakh is abolished. Okay, and Paul is hard to understand. That's the first thing we always have to remember about Paul's writings. He's hard to understand. So here he is speaking to those knowing the Torah. He is attempting to get them to understand that I'm not speaking about the entire Torah. I'm only speaking about one law, one specific part of the Torah. Okay. And so he's using this example of marriage between a man and a woman to get people to understand that. So he's saying, okay, so if I'm this specific law here about marriage is concerning a husband and a wife, I'm not speaking about the entire Torah, but this one specific command, not the entire Torah, not all of the Torah. So he's trying to make people understand what he's saying, because even they knew he was hard to understand. So, they scratching their head like Peter was. I admit, some of Paul's writings are hard to understand, and that's Peter. So if he ain't getting it, you better believe there's other people not getting it. So here I think Paul is trying to emphasize here that he's not speaking of the entire Torah. Okay. So the marriage has been bound by Torah to the living husband. If her husband dies, she's released from the Torah concerning the husband. See that? So it's not the entire Torah, but just a specific part of it. So what is he mostly speaking about to us? In most all his writings, probably the number one thing is male circumcision. And then the sacrifice of animals, blood sacrifices, the old priesthood ordinances. But he calls them all Torah. But it's not speaking of the whole entire Torah or the Tanakh. It's just a specific part of. Okay, so I think that's what Paul is describing here in this. So as we continue on, then we're going to see the comparison between two things. The first is going to be the covenant. This before was the death of the husband and releasing the Yasha or whatever, and then on into what we have part of the Torah we have been released from. See, so if it's got to do with the husband and wife, it means that. If it's got to do with animal sacrifices, it means that. It doesn't mean anything about the husband and the wife. See what I'm saying? So it's not the entire Torah at all. It's specifics within the Torah, specific laws. Okay? So keep that in mind as we go through this. And Paul, we have to understand that or we ain't going to get it because he is very vague when he mentions Torah or law. Okay, Toria.
Okay. Verse 4. So my brothers, you also were put to death to the Torah through the body of Mashiach, for you to become another's, the one who was raised from the dead, that we should bear fruit to Yahuwah. For when we were living in the mind of the flesh, the passions of transgression through the Torah were working in our bodies to bear fruit to death. But now we have been released from the Torah, quotations, that is, the part of the prescribed, the penalty, and accrued the debt of death to be paid, having died to what we were held by, so that we should serve the newness of Ruach and not in oldness of letter. Quotations. We live in the mind of the Ruach HaKodesh.
Okay, hang on. Okay, so now you should be able to see what I was trying to say to you there. Although I wasn't doing a good job explaining it, but this does. So the body of Mashiach for you to become another's, the one who was raised from the dead, and bear fruit to you. For when we were in the mind of the flesh, when we were the fleshly being before our immersion, the passions of sins through the Torah were working in our bodies to bear fruit to death, because the Torah is a witness against us that we're sinners. Okay, and it was bearing fruit. Sin is what the fruit is to death. Okay, but now we have released from the Torah, which is not the Torah being a witness against us that we're sinners, and the penalty is death. So sin, everyone who sins has to die, right? So we have been released from the Torah. Okay, that part of it. It's just that specific part, not the entire Torah. It has nothing to do with the rest of the Torah, just the particular part he's talking about here to us. Okay, and that's why he's not. People don't see it clearly because he's saying Torah, and they're taking that as the entire Tanakh. Having died to what we were held by, which is sin, the death penalty, so that we should serve in newness of Ruach, because now we're Ruach beings, we're no longer fleshly beings, and not in oldness of letter. What letter? Well, the Torah that specifically says that we're sinners and we're going to die. The penalty is death. not the entire Torah. Okay, just a section of it. So we live in the mind of the Ruach HaKodesh means what? Well, basically, we've put off the flesh. We're no longer in the mind of the flesh. We're spiritual beings now. And up here it says, so that we should serve in newness of Ruach. What do you think that's pertaining to? What's that pointing to? Renewed covenant, right? The newness of Ruach is talking about the renewed covenant. We've entered into the everlasting covenant now. We're spiritual beings. Okay, everybody on board with all that? Has anybody got any thoughts on that other than me? Yeah, Toria. You're muted, Toria. You're muted.
So far, what I'm seeing in chapter 7, it's also a representation of the divorce of Yashriel, but being brought into the wedding to our Messiah, leaving the flesh and coming unto him as the new wife. Does that sound right?
Yeah, I'm saying that too. It does speak of the death of the of idolatry and but not being raised by Torah until the death of the husband. I mean, I think that's what you're saying. I'm kind of seeing that in there, but I think it's
because they were divorced from the father. The
yeah,
husband, and
yeah.
now we're being brought forth back into. It says right here, for you to become another's, the one who was raised from the dead. So it's becoming the Mashiach, who is our another, our groom.
Yeah. That's through the death of the lamb. Yeah, through the death of the husband. Right. There has to be a death to be released from the Torah, from that section or specific law of the Torah. It doesn't eliminate the entire Torah. That's the point here that I think we're trying to stick on, to not cause any of the people that have joined us to stumble, Well, but yeah, I'm with you, man. I know what you're saying.
Yeah, this is where I see that the Christianity has taken the Messiah and trying to say that he abolished, but in this whole section, it's the renewing that through, if he's in us, so is the Torah. It's in us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. Anybody else? Okay, let's go on, Toria. You're muted, Toria. We left off 7.
Verse 7. What then shall we say? Is the Torah transgression? Let it not be. Moreover, I did not know transgression except through the Torah, for also the covetousness. I knew not if the Torah had not said, you shall not covet. But transgression, having taken the occasion through the command, did work in me all sorts of covetousness.
Hang on a minute now. Hold on right there. Okay, so this is saying that is the Torah sin, and it's a no, it's not. And we did not know sin until that we were given the Torah. Okay, we knew some sin, but not all sin. And then he points out that he didn't know that being a covenant somebody was sin until the Torah said you shall not covet. But sin taking the occasion through the command did work in me all sorts of covetousness, for apart from Torah, sin is dead. Okay, so, she didn't read that part yet, but look, if the sin of covetousness, okay, is one of those sins that we can commit in our mind, This is kind of like when that iniquity was found in Hashatan. Okay, if you think about it, because if we can sit here and we can think in our mind and we can use that imagination we were just talking about, right? And I can think about my neighbor and say, man, I'd like to have that guy's house. Ooh, I want his car. Ooh, I want his Asha, man, she's hot. And then I sit here and I dream about killing this guy, I'll say, taking over his house and his wife and his car and all this. And I'm making up this big vision and dream in my mind about doing so. Even though I did not commit this act outwardly, inwardly is still iniquity. So that's imagined sin, iniquity. You're imagining doing this sin. So therefore, Yahusha said, if you look at a woman with lust, you committed a fornication or idolatry with her, even though you didn't really do it, but you were thinking about it in your head. You may have acted on acts of pleasure with your mind, okay? But that's still not the act with her, but you're still an adulterer, and because you thought those things, that's iniquity. It's still a sin. Okay, so covenantness is one of those sins that we can transgress in our minds. We don't even have to go out and do it, man. We can just think about it in our mind and we've sinned. So we got to be careful what we think about in our mind too. When we grab a hold of a thought in our mind, that thought has become us. If we let the thought go in this side and out that side, just flow through easily, then we don't attach ourselves to it. It's not us. It has not become us. That's just a thought, okay, that comes and goes. But once we grab that thought and we hold it and we build on it, okay, it becomes covenantness. You got to be careful, because why? Because it becomes part of who you are. That thought has become you now. Whether or not you just keep it within yourself and build the story up within your mind, or you go out and commit the act physically, it becomes you. It becomes who you are. So we have to be careful with thoughts. Go ahead, Toria.
Okay, so that's not the same as, say, you're driving by and you see a beautiful house and you just admire it and say, oh, wow, that's nice. That's not covetousness, right? Or to see a beautiful woman and say, oh, she's pretty. But I mean, that's not covet. That's just admiring, correct?
Yeah, there's a fine line there, and I've struggled with that for a while. And my conclusion was, if I see a good-looking woman, I look once, that's natural. If I look twice, that's a sin. If I go down the street and I see a man's house or a field or something or a car, and I look and say, wow, that's cool, I'd like to have that, that's coveting. Okay, if you look over there and say, thank you, Yahuwah, for blessing my neighbor with such a nice house, that's not sin. That's how I sorted it out personally, Okay. Anybody else? Okay, Toria, go ahead. Let's continue.
Okay, so I'll go start at 8. But transgression, having taken the occasion through the command, did work in me all sorts of covetousness. For apart from Torah, transgression is dead. And I was alive apart from the Torah once. But when the command came, the transgression revived, and I died. And the command which was to result in life, this I found to result in death. For transgression, having taken the occasion through the command, deceived me, and through it killed me. So that the Torah truly is set apart, and the command set apart, and righteous, and good. Therefore, has that which is good become death to me? Let it not be. But the transgression might be manifest, was working death in me through what is good, so that transgression through the command might become an exceedingly great sinner.
Okay, hang on. Okay, so this is a lot of heavy duty stuff, but basically it's saying that the Torah proves that we are greater sinners. than before we had the Torah. So people that go around bragging about how much they know the Torah, obedience to it, is really saying, I'm a greater sinner than you. Is everybody saying that? So it's the Torah exposes unknown sin. That's what it does. All right. The Torah exposes unknown sin, and Torah proves we are greater sinners than we knew about. All right. But the Torah is good because it teaches us how to love and how to be obedient. And our obedience to Torah does what? Proves that we love Yahuwah and others. It's proof of we love Yahuwah and we fear Yahuwah, being obedient. Okay, everybody on page with that? I know it's a lot, but
It keeps us on the right path.
it keeps us on the right path. It's a light to our feet. Okay, let's go ahead. Go ahead, Toria, now.
14. For we know that the Torah is ruach-like, but I am fleshly, sold under transgression. For what I work, I know not. For what I wish, that I do not practice. But what I hate, that I do. But if I do what I do not wish, I agree with the Torah, that is good. And now it is no longer I that work it, but the transgression dwelling in me. For I know that in me, that is in my flesh, dwells no good. For to wish is present with me, but to work the good I do not find. For the good that I wish to do, I do not do. But the evil I do not wish to do, this I practice. And if I do that which I do not.
Hold on. Okay, so this is another part where Christianity really, I don't know why they get into this passage, but they do, trying to prove that it's impossible to be obedient. This is what they try to do, you know what I mean? But in reality, what is this really telling us? It's telling us that we have a daily battle with the flesh in our reality, okay? And how do we get out of that? Well, we become little children, and we believe in what Yahuwah says, okay? We remain childlike, you know? And so with the daily battle with the flesh, it's not recognized by us. It can't be, because Yahuwah says we've put the flesh off. The body of sin is, we're no longer in the body of sin. We're in Yahusha now. So this is how we have to approach this and understand it, comprehend it, and act upon it this way. If we don't, then we're saying that we're still in the mind of the flesh. Okay, so the flesh is to be ignored, basically, and it's a daily battle in our reality because we're still in the flesh. But we can't let the flesh win. We have to deny it what it wants, sin, because we have to deal with the flesh because we're still in it until the day we turns to dust, you know. But spiritually, in Yahuwah's world, in Yahuwah's reality, we are no longer in these fleshly bodies. He doesn't see that. He just sees us in Yahusha and remembers our sin no more. You see what I'm saying? Go ahead, Toria.
Well, I was thinking, doesn't it also say that, like our patriarchs, Moshe, Abraham, before their passing, it always describes them as perfect in all their ways. So to say that we cannot be is because perfect is being in Torah.
Yeah. Even though we're still in our reality, we're still in these carbon bodies, it is possible for us to be righteous. Matter of fact, Yahusha said it's a simple matter. It's just a change of mind. It's how you approach it, how you use your mind to think about it. If you think about, oh, I'm a sinner, I sin every day, nobody can be sinless, you know. That's why we don't have to obey, because it's impossible. And Yahuwah did it for us. Yahusha did it for us, so we don't have to do it. Blah, 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 right? That's a bad way of thinking. That's with the dark eye. So we don't want to think in that way. We know that we're powerless to sin, and it's easy to be obedient to Yahuwah's commands. It's not a hard thing to do. The flesh will make you think it's hard, because the flesh wants you to give in and let him do it, and let the old man wants to sin. Yeah, and if I can make this guy think it's impossible to be obedient, I get to sin. It's a daily battle, man. But if we look at it as a child, we ignore sin. We believe Yahuwah, we're good to go, man. We got to remember, we're in this reality. We haven't left this world yet. We haven't fell asleep yet. All of us here, we're all still wide awake, as far as I can tell. Except Phyllis there, she keeps dozing off. But see what I'm trying to say, man? Go ahead, Toria.
Well, what I noticed in my walk now is, like you said, as a child. So when I see something, hear something, I see somebody doing, talking about somebody, or you see somebody, fall in their ways, I don't see them anymore as, oh my goodness, I can't believe that person. I see it as, oh, it's heartbreaking to me, or I pray for them. Or if somebody says something about somebody, I just, oh, well, you shouldn't think about that way. People, you have to forgive what people do. Today's might be a bad day, but tomorrow you never know. So I see things so much differently than I used to. And I don't find myself wanting to be in the conversation of putting people down, or they're seeing somebody else's transgression to criticize, but to think we were all there at one point, and in that we can do better. That's how I think my daily walk now is, to see things in a better light of forgiveness and love.
Yeah, and the flesh can't be saved. You can't be delivered. It's already been tried, convicted, and sentenced to death, period. And here we're saying, for the good that I wish to do, it's your spiritual self, your being, I do not do, but the evil I do not wish to do, this I practice, is speaking of your flesh. Okay, this is the flesh. Okay, the flesh is contaminated with sin. When we went under the water, did it wash the sin out of our flesh? No. It circumcised the flesh, because the sin cannot be removed from the flesh. It stays in the flesh. And since we're still in these fleshly bodies, in our reality, we have to deal with that. Okay? And so the next one down that you haven't read yet says, and if I do that which I do not wish, it is no longer I who work it. That means the new creation in Yahusha, but the sin dwelling in me. See that? So the sin didn't get washed away. It dwells in you. What does that mean? It's in you. It can't go away. That sin, when you sin, that sin stays in you. It never leaves you. It just contaminates your flesh even more. You get the virus gets worse and worse and worse and worse. It never stops. It goes away. And this is what we have to deal with in our reality. But spiritually, we've put the flesh, this body of sin, off with all that contaminated sin, all that saturated sin. We've put it off. Okay, and it's not part of us anymore. We have been set apart from that sin, that body of sin. See? So the sin dwelling in me tells us that we are saturated in sin. It's part of us, of our fleshly body. In our reality is what we're dealing with. We're flesh. We battle with the flesh on a daily basis. But it's not us. The body of sin is no longer us. It's not our body anymore. Matter of fact, it's become the temple of Yahushua, because he dwells in that flesh now. So do you think he's dwelling in the body of sin? Is he in the body of sin? He's dwelling in us, is he? It's become his temple. Is he in it? Is he mixed in there with all that contaminated sin? within our flesh? No, he is not. He is set apart from sin. So he is inside of us with our being, got our being sealed, living, set apart from his protected. He's protecting us and himself with some kind of a shield that's set apart from the saturation of sin in the body. He's not touching that. He has no sin. You see it? So spiritually, he's set apart from the flesh, and so are we. So we are no longer sin. All right, but our bodies are in our reality until it dies and goes back to dust. And then the price has been paid in full. Go ahead, Tora.
Isn't that a perfect example of when Yahuwah says this is not about flesh and blood. The war is not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against spiritual things that we cannot see, because it's what's in us. It's not about the flesh at all. And that, I think, is a perfect example telling us, it's not about your flesh. Separate yourself from the flesh. Come into the Ruach,
Yeah, I think it's the battle is in the mind for sure. It's our being, our spiritual being, if you will, in Yahusha against the principalities of darkness or the spiritual beings within our mind. Okay, they can attack our flesh for sure. They can make us sick and things like that. So they can attack the flesh. But if we realize that we're separated from the flesh, then it's not really attacking us, but the flesh, which has already been sentenced to death. And Yahuwah has the power to heal that flesh if he wills it, because it's his temple now. He's taken possession of it. And so it's okay, like a demon. When a demon possesses somebody, is he in their flesh body? I mean, Yahusha's not. Yahusha is separated from the flesh, and so are we. But how about a demon, a devil? When they possess a person, are they in that flesh? I would say they probably are. Why? Well, they're not as powerful as Yahuwah, number one. And for number two, they're sinners. Demons love sin. They'll waller in sin all day long. They'll waller in the pig pen all day long. They love sin. They love to be disobedient. So they probably are in taking up residence in the flesh or the body of sin. That's their domain. If they didn't, and they separated themselves from the body of sin, they'd be separating themselves from what they love, sin. They'd be set apart then from sin, and they don't want to be. They want to waller in sin. That's why the demons were thrown in the pigs, because they want to waller in the mud. They want to waller in the sin and the filth, the cesspool. Okay, Toria? Anybody else? Let's go on with it.
Okay. 20. And if I do that which I do not wish, it is no longer I who work it, but the transgression dwelling in me. I find therefore this law, that when I wish to do the good, that the evil is present with me. For I delight in the Torah of Yahuwah, according to the inward man. But I see another law in my body, battling against the Torah of my mind, and bringing me into captivity to the law of transgression which is in my body. Wrenched man that I am, who shall deliver me from this body of death? Thanks to Yahuwah through Yahusha HaMashiach, our Master, our Don. So then, the mind, I myself truly serve the Torah of Yahuwah, but with the flesh, the law of transgression.
All righty, man. That's a whole lot of stuff right there, isn't it?
Yeah, that's incredible.
So let's look at it. Very important, really. So I therefore find this law that when I wish to do the good, that the evil is present with me. Yeah, because we're in our reality, we're still in the body of sin, so the evil is still there. Okay, we still have to deal with the evil until the flesh dies. Okay, and so for I delight in the Torah of Yahuwah in your mind, in your spiritual mind, your being, right? You delight in the Torah of Yahuwah, his instructions, being obedient to Yahuwah, the law which is written in our conscious minds, okay? According to the inward man. That's who we really are. That's the person that's been set apart from the flesh, is the inward mind, the inward man. The outward man is the old man, the mind of the flesh. So we've been set apart now. We're no longer the same anymore. So our bodies and minds will not be destroyed in the lake of fire together. Just the old man will be or the old man will be transformed into an immortal body. And I'm not really sure of that process. But I see another law in my body battling against the Torah of my mind. So see, there you go. The law in the body, the sin, the penalty of is death. Once more sin, why not? It's going to die anyway. It wants to sin as much as possible because there's no saving it. So it's just all out to sin, man. It's going to commit every murder, every lie, everything it can while it's still got a chance to do so and it's still alive. So it's battling against the Torah of the mind and bringing me into captivity to the law of sin, which is in my body. That's death. Death rules over sin. It has authority over sin. Wretched man that I am, who shall deliver me from this body of death? Well, Yahuwah, of course, when he gives you a new body. Thanks to Yahuwah in the meantime, we have to deal with it in our reality. And thanks to Yahuwah through Yahushua Mashiach, our master. So then, with the mind, I myself truly serve the Torah of Yahuwah with your inner mind, your being, okay, who you really are, your characteristics, your personality, your character, all that. I myself truly serve the Torah of Yahuwah, but with the flesh, the law of sin. So the flesh serves the law of sin. We serve the laws of Yahuwah, the Torah of Yahuwah, instructions of Yahuwah. So we're set apart. All right. So the daily battle, flesh versus the Ruah, goes on for our whole life because we're in these bodies while we walk in this dust. All right. So that's our reality. But we know as little children that we've been separated and it's two different people now. It's no longer the same person. Because if you're not separated, set apart to Yahuwah, then your body and your being remains together. They remain buddies, we'll just say, and they're sinning together. So that way, at Judgment Day, if that's the case, then Yahuwah will judge you unrighteous, and he will destroy both body and being in Gehenna. Other than that, we're separated from them. Then only the body will be destroyed, not our being. We're going to be given a new immortal body. So we obey the Torah of Yahuwah and the new creature, the new being that's hidden in Mashiach. Hidden in Mashiach. Let's see here if I can find this real quick. And then I can't remember where that's at. Let's see, where is that? Yeah. Oh well. I can't really find what I'm looking for here. If I'll find it, I'll bring it back up. But thought I knew where that was here. No. All right, I'm not finding it. Okay, so anyway, what a powerful chapter 7 is. And we're going to, let's see, it's 1 o'clock. We got time to hit 8. Who wants to read 8? Lou? You willing to read chapter 8, brother?
I don't mind continuing to read if you need.
I think Lou's going to grab chapter 8 for it. Thank you,
Yeah,
Toria.
I'll try it. Thanks, Toria. That's kind of you. Okay, chapter 8. This is, let's see, verse 1. There is then now no condemnation to those who are in Mashiach Yehusha, who do not walk according to the flesh, but according to the Ruach. For the Torah of the Ruach, of the life in Mashiach Yehusha, has set me free from the law of sin and of death. For the Torah being powerless, in that it was weak over the flesh, Yahuwah having his own son in the likeness of the flesh, of sin, and concerning sin, condemned sin in the flesh, so that the righteousness of the Torah should be completed in us who do not walk according to the flesh, but according to the Ruach.
Okay, hang on a minute, Lou. All righty. I'm going to have to mute you, brother. All right. So powerful stuff right here, man. For the Torah being powerless and that it was weak over the flesh. What's that mean? Anybody know what that means? Okay, so Torah being powerless means that the Torah cannot save us. It only points out our transgressions and what sin is, right? It can't save us from that sin, but it can point that sin out and reveal what sin is to us. But it's powerless to deliver us. On what? The literal basis. On the literal basis, Torah cannot save us, all right? If it could, we received it way before Yahusha. So if the Torah could deliver us, would we need Yahusha? If we already had the Torah? No. So we needed Yahusha. Okay. So the Torah is powerless to deliver us. Okay. For the Torah being powerless and that it was weak over the flesh. See, it couldn't save the flesh, man. Nothing can really. Flesh is condemned, but it will be translated over into an immortal body later on. If you're going to go into mortality, and so the Torah couldn't do it, but Yahusha could. We all on board with that? So when they say, well, you're delivered by, you're saying that, you're legalism. You teach legalism. You're saying that your obedience to Torah can save you. Your obedience can save you. That's legalism. We've all heard that from Christianity, right? We've all heard that. And this is not true. Because we know that the Torah cannot deliver us. Obeying the Torah is just a sign of who we serve. It's a sign of who we love and who we serve, which is Yahuwah. So we serve him through our obedience. We're obedient to righteousness, right? So the Torah cannot save us, but Yahusha can. Everybody on board with that? This isn't something that Christianity just pounds on this, man. They're all over this. So, so that the righteousness of the Torah should be completed in us who do not walk according to the flesh, but according to the Ruach. How did we get to do that? Where did that come from? Where did that change come into our lives at? At what point? through our water immersion when we put the flesh off. So we no longer walk according to the flesh. Remember? We ignore the flesh now. But according to the Ruach, we walk in the Ruach. Okay? Everybody on board with what that is saying? So it's not saying that because it says that for the Torah being powerless and it was weak over the flesh, that doesn't mean the Torah was abolished at all. It's not saying that. It's just saying that the Torah was not given to us to deliver us or save us. That came through Yahusha.
Myself.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. I just wanted to mention one thing because we're going into the heart of these 3 chapters right now. It's the mind of Yahusha who we receive when we start seeing sin as he does. And this is the mind of the Spirit. Now, it's not our spirit we're perceiving, it's his. And when we understand what sin really looks like, we don't want anything to do with it. And this is the core. He's about to explain this. The mind of the Spirit, the mind of the flesh, and the perspective of who we're obeying. And it's all leading up to this. This is it. Okay? Okay,
Yeah.
you want me to continue?
And I'm saying with Lou saying, everybody start paying close attention right now.
Yeah.
You do not want to miss this part. This is it.
All right, here we go. We're going to pick up on verse 5, and this is chapter 8. Okay. For those who live according to the flesh set their minds on the matters of the flesh, but those who live according to the Ruach, the matters of the Ruach. For the mind of the flesh is death, but the mind of the Ruach is life and peace. Because the mind of the flesh is hatred towards Yahuwah, for it does not subject itself to the Torah of Yahuwah, neither indeed is it able. And those who are in the flesh are unable to please Yahuwah. But you are not in the flesh, but in the Ruach, if indeed the Ruach of Yahuwah dwells in you. And if anyone does not have the Ruach of Mashiach, this one is not his. In other words, there's right there, it says the Ruach of Yahuwah dwells in you, and he relates that to the same thing as the Ruach of Mashiach. So there's no doubt who he is. The Ruach is Yahusha living in us. And if Mashiach is in you, the body is truly dead on account of sin, but the Ruach is life on account of righteousness.
Okay, hang on now. I have to pause here to say, wow. Okay, I mean, that's mind-blowing stuff. I hope everybody caught every single word of that. If not, please read that over and over and over and over and over until Yahusha opens up your mind to understand scriptures. Same as Elijah did when he was praying for rain, right? He squatted down, put his face between his knees, and continued praying and sending his messenger 7 times back and forth to see if it was raining yet. And he said, no, it's not raining, so he just kept going. It's persistence. You have to have persistence, okay? But such a powerful statement, man. But the Ruach is life on account of righteousness. The body is truly dead on account of sin. And if Mashiach is in you, see that? So having the Ruach HaKodesh is the most important thing that we can do. We have to do to receive deliverance. because it says if anyone does not have the Ruach of Mashiach, this one is not his. I mean, that's as plain can be, folks. We have to be immersed with the Ruach HaKodesh to obtain deliverance, as far as we know. Okay, before Lou continues, this is so vitally critical and important to our deliverance. Does anybody got any questions on this? Is there any fog? Go ahead, Sharon.
So it's not a magic wand, though. You're still going to make mistakes. After you've immersed and you come back with the Ruach, you're going to make mistakes. So is they saying that don't worry about it, ask for forgiveness and move on? You're still in the Ruach? I'm a little confused.
Yeah. I'm gonna mute you real quick, Sharon. Yes. We're still in our reality. We are still in these fleshly bodies, are we not? Yes, we are. The body of sin is still alive for us. It has not fallen asleep yet, right? So it's a battle. We have to live in these bodies because it carries around our being and Yahusha that's in us. It's become his temple. So in our reality, and that's spiritually, in our reality, we're still in these bodies of sin. So the bodies of sin want to sin more. And we're calling them mistakes, but are they really mistakes? No, they're not. They're intentional sin. The body is willingly and wantonly wanting to sin, okay? Because it's what it likes. So our set apartness, who we are now, set apart to Yahuwah, battles that flesh daily. And even though that flesh is sinning, we don't allow it to. So we are inflicting the flesh by not allowing it to feed on sin, by battling it. So no, you're not going to do that. And the more and more you battle with the flesh, the more powerful you become over the flesh. And pretty soon the flesh gets weaker and weaker and weaker, and your being becomes stronger and stronger and stronger. And pretty soon you're only getting a little bit of the flesh bothering you. You know, it's not so dramatic and so overbearing. It becomes weaker and weaker and more subtle over time as you get control over that flesh. But you will never stop the flesh from sinning totally. That's why the Torah is powerless over sin. The sin is already in us. It's dwelling our flesh. We're saturated with it. We're never going to get rid of it. If we could get rid of all the sin in our flesh, then we wouldn't die. You know, we wouldn't have no sin, so the penalty would be gone. But sin has already been tried, condemned, and convicted to death. It's going to die, return back to dust. Ain't no saving the flesh. But we are set apart from the flesh. That's the key. Set apartness. We're commanded to be set apart. Okay, that's the key to understanding that. It's not us. The flesh and body no longer us. If we have Mashiach in us, we're powerless to sin at that point. Okay? Not the flesh. The flesh is going to sin as much as you allow it to. But don't allow it to. Beat it up. Tell you ain't going to do that. Sorry, dude, I'm going to starve you today. No, you're not going to get to sin today. I hope that helps, Sharon. Go ahead, Toria.
Yeah, I think that's what that Paul reminds me of is exactly this, is the struggle that we are fighting daily as believers with the transgressions, wanting to do the right thing and constantly battling it. And that's or I find Paul so amazing because we can all relate to him as believers, because that's all we want to do is be righteous, kind, loving to others no matter what. And it's so deep in us, but yet we're struggling constantly with these things being bombarded in your life. daily being thrown at you. And it's just his explanation of standing firm, standing strong, being in Yahuwah daily. He's our perfect example of what we have in us, our desire to dwell with the Father in Yahusha. And I just wanted to say that he's such a great example of the question that Sharon had.
Go ahead, Sharon.
Okay, but there's a point sometimes where it's like the anger gets ahead of you, or something trips you up and you do sin. But because you're in this now and you've been immersed, is that where the confession that Yahusha was talking about? That if you confess your sins, okay, confess it, let it go, release it, and now move back into the Ruach. Is that it?
Yeah, that's a really good point, Sharon. Really. It's like Sandra here saying we must die daily, bringing self into subjection. If we confess that we're wrong or the flesh is wrong, and we condemn the flesh daily, are we dying daily? Is that us dying daily to ourselves, to Yahuwah? Is that the same thing? Anybody got a comment on that? This is a deep subject we're entering right now. Go ahead, Toria.
Wow, I just had a brain moment. What she said about you find this anger within you and you transgress. The difference, I believe, is you have the desire not to do it. You don't want to. When you walked in the world, you lived as the world and you weren't even bothered by anything. But the difference is we want to repent. We want to do righteousness. And we try to live righteous every single day. But we're going to get tripped up. Yes, that's what Paul's telling us. It happened. He doesn't want it to happen. But because you have the Father and you have Mashiach and you have that desire, we are able to come on our knees and repent. And he's going to hear us because you're his. There's I think a big difference from those who don't hear him or believe at all. He gives us that.
Lou, you want to tackle Sandra's question here in relationship to what Toria and Sharon just said? Try to bring it all together for us, brother.
Yeah, it's repenting is not a one-time thing. It's a continual life. It's like a hack. I mean, we automatically repent, and we when we're in the world, we're around a lot of people that are lost, and they grieve our spirit that's in us, because Yahusha allows us to feel what he sees, not only used to see in us, but also sees in other people. And we don't judge them, but we see it. And we go, wow, I wish I could explain to them. And they don't want to hear when we open our mouth. So the best approach, and Paul says this in another place, that if we were to just be the letter, be the message in our actions instead of our mouth. We can confess with our mouth that we have felt rage in our heart for another person's reaction towards us, but then eventually by practice we that subsides, that anger and that heat goes down, because you feel sorry for them more than you do anger. And this transformation takes time, because he's purging all of this normal fleshly reaction out of our minds. It's kind of like dialectical behavior therapy. You find another pathway to follow. You're not on the old pathway that your brain physically created as you were growing up, but because that triggers all these bad emotions and behavior. But when you start thinking about the Ruach, the Spirit, and what he sees, then your behavior is being controlled by him, and that's why you're sharing his mind. You actually feel and think his thoughts, and that's the key. Mashiach in you. That's the secret.
Okay. So hopefully now we've all pulled that together, I hope. Now, there is a halfway decent definition of this that we're speaking of right now in Matthew 16. So if you go to Matthew 16, everybody, real quick, verse 24. Matthew 16, verse 24. It says, Then Yahusha said to his Talmudim, or his students, if anyone wishes to come after me, let him deny himself and take up his pole and follow me. So deny yourself. You're killing yourself. You're dying daily there. For whoever wishes to save his life shall lose it, and whoever loses his life for my sake shall find it. For what is a man profit if he gains all the world and loses his own life? Or what shall a man give in exchange for his life? So if we can understand this and put it in context with everything we've been talking about, we can try to maybe understand what die daily means. It's denying yourself and living for Yahuwah. In a nutshell, it's what it means, man. Deny yourself, earthly pleasures, okay? The pleasures and the positions and the power of humanity, of this earth. Deny yourself those things and live for Yahusha. That's dying daily, man. It's no longer your life then. Your life belongs to Yahusha. It's no longer yours. Follow him, right? So that kind of brings it together a little bit, I think. Anybody else still foggy on that before we move on? I don't want to move on until everybody's comfortable with that. Set apartness is the key. Anybody? Everybody good? No more questions? Wait a minute. Here's one in the chat room, Lou. Are we to stay away from them that live in the flesh? Lou, you want to grab that question from Alan Thomas? I'll put it on the screen here, bro.
Well, that's a question that I have had to deal with very early when I first received Yahusha. Should I run away from those where I'm most needed? The answer that was very clear to me was no. He came into a dark world. Every single being that he encountered, including his own parents, were sinners. His parents being, symbolic for Yusuf, because Yusuf wasn't his parent. But why are we here? What are we here for? So if we're to receive his spirit and then run away or put a bushel over the light, then we're useless. We're like that person that he invested a mina in for him to go and make it more. And he comes back and he hands him the mina and says, well, here I am. Where's the rest of the people that you should have brought with you? Well, you can't do that if you stay away for the people who are whose minds are in the flesh. We're all around that darkness all the time, every day. They're in our own family because they're following Hashatan and the patterns of the world. And the patterns of the world involve birthdays, Christmas parties, bunny rabbit egg hunts, going to a place where there's a steeple on the first day of the week. But I tell people that call me and say, hey, what should I do? Stop and quit? Well, don't support it, but be there if you can stand it. Be there and talk to these people and say, well, that's not even his name. That's a made-up name. Or why are we even here on the first day of the week when we should be obeying the commandments day and night every day? And what is worship? Worship is obeying him. And it's like these pastors are just, they're fooled themselves. They're completely under the control of the dragon. But we've been awakened, and we have to be there for the people that are still asleep. So that's my answer. But be careful. Don't let it lure you in, and only speak the truth. Don't compromise and say, well, they wouldn't understand if I didn't use this word or that name. Don't do it. Just say, stand your ground. And don't look mean about it. Just say, hey, I'm happy with his real name, and it's Yahusha. And say it like you love it. You know?
Thank you, Brother Lou. Go ahead, Toria.
It made me think of the example of the wheat and the tares, or the darnel. He asked if they wanted them, the messenger, to take them and separate them. And he said, no, do not. Some are not ready. So there are some amongst us that are going to wake up, and he's going to need us to do it. So we can't separate ourselves from the world. We need to be there and ready to help and to give them, the truth. And I believe, no, we should not separate ourselves. I mean, you're not going to go to a rave, or you're not going to go to, maybe a Christmas festival, but to be there for them, like in a situation of family or your work partners, or no, we still need to be there and ready to stand for Yahuwah and be there for them.
That's powerful stuff right there, Toria. And that brought to my mind Yahusha did hang out with the sinners and the tax collectors and so forth and so on, as he brought them more truth. But he said in some cases, go sin no more. When he forgave them of their sins, he said, go sin no more. So I think Yahusha went around them to bring light to them, but he did not do what they were doing. He did not participate in their activities. So you don't get to sit there and shoot up heroin with them, just to sit there and be friends with them and tell them about the Basora. Yahusha never did what they were doing. He never sinned. It's just the fact that he had no sin tells us he didn't do what the sinners were doing, but he did go to them because he said, the people that are well don't need the physician. It's the sick that needs the physician. And so he went to the sick, which are the sinners, right? So yeah, I wouldn't stay away from them and act like they're a plague or something. They need our help. So I would go to them, but do not participate in their habits or their sins, what they're doing. After you've brought the Basora of Yahushua to them, then turn around and leave. Don't sit there and do what they're doing. So make sure you don't cross that line for sure. But don't be afraid of them either. The light exposes the darkness, so we don't need to be afraid of them either. We can go boldly before them, just like we can go boldly before the throne of Yahuwah now that we're his children. We're his little children, right? We're set apart from the flesh. We're his little children now. We're children of light. Anybody else got any thoughts on that before we move on? I know that's a deep one. No? All right, Brother Lou. Oh, okay. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I was just going to say, I like what Toria said, because it's like we're being set apart doesn't mean we stay away. It means we just don't do.
Anybody else got any expansion on that or anything else? And thank you for that, Phyllis. Anybody else? Toria.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just want to give an example of being as a child. When he says, be as little children. We're not talking like 10-year-olds. We're talking about innocent 4- or 5-year-old children. When you go to play with other children, we have to think back. We didn't have hate in our heart. We weren't looking to hurt the other person. We just wanted to play. We wanted to enjoy, to love. That is what he's asking us, is to be innocent as children, to love others, to play with others, to have the love of Yahuwah in your heart as a child. That's it.
Yeah, that's a good point too. And look, children, all right, as she was saying, 5 and below, have pure, perfect belief given to them by Yahuwah. Okay, if you don't believe me, you can tell a child anything you want to, and that child's going to believe you. He doesn't know you're lying, or she doesn't know you're lying. Okay, so that perfect belief that's given to that child, but by Yahuwah, if we never taught our children lies, such as Santa Claus and Easter Bunny and all this other garbage, can you imagine by the time these children became adults, what kind of belief they would have? They could move mountains if we didn't destroy their perfect belief given to them by Yahuwah, by teaching them all these lies. And then the worst part is, when they get old enough and find out we're a bunch of liars, we've destroyed those children's ability to trust and to believe, especially in the invisible Creator, because they can't see him. Oh, that's another Santa Claus lie. It's a shame, man. And it's why the world is in turmoil as it is, because nobody trusts anybody. Nobody believes nothing. What's the old cliche they say? Believe nothing what you hear and only half of what you see. Truth hurts. Everybody's heard that. Truth hurts, right? That's all coming from our perfect belief as children being destroyed by lies, especially the ones who're supposed to love us the most. I mean, I would just love to see a society where we don't lie to our children and teach them all those fables and fairy tales, man. Tooth fairy. They find out that's a lie. Oh, yeah, it must be a good thing to lie. You know, everybody's lying. Mommy and daddy lying to me. Yeah, I'm going to become the best liar I can be. We've destroyed our children's belief, and we're going to pay for it. Yahuwah's not going to let that slide. Better repent. Anybody else got anything to say?
The enemy has bribed our children with every single pagan holiday.
Yeah, the enemy, he's something else, isn't he? What he does to the humans and the children just boggles my mind why he's so hateful, you know, but he is, and he won't repent. You know, he's our enemy for sure. Go ahead, Toria.
Okay, so just for a great example, my oldest son is from my first marriage, and my other two are from my marriage of 30 years here now. My children were never raised with any belief in Santa Claus, any Easter, no tooth fairy. They never ever, I never taught them. I even had to go to the school and warn the teacher that, for one, my children do not believe. They're probably going to ruin it if they're going to ruin it for your kids. And also I would let the teachers know they will not be in school for those feasts. No Halloween, they will not be in school that day. If it fell on a day of schooling, my children did not go. Now, my oldest son, I didn't do it in my home, but because he had his father, you know, he was also would go to his father. He did do those things. And I have to say, the difference between my son and the other two, my younger two are very honest. They don't hold back on speaking truth to me or anybody else. They, like you said, they do trust. They have so much trust in what I tell them. They'll come to me for advice and have that trust. And where my oldest son does not. And you hit that right on the nose when we lie to our children, not intentionally, because many people did not, you know, they don't know, they just walking the world. But that is a good example of the differences of doing that and not doing that. It's amazing to watch your children as grown men, how their lives are so affected in such a slight way.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that, Tori. I had the same type of a type of thing happen to me where my grandchildren, they would come and talk to me about these holidays. They were learning mostly from school, believe it or not. You man, we pay for them to go to school and they're teaching them all these lies and about holidays. What? So anyway, they would come to me and talk about Santa Claus, Easter Bunny, and all this other stuff. And I'd say, that's a bunch of lies. They'd say, well, I lost a tooth. The fairy, tooth fairy is going to put money under my pillow. Let me take that home with me. I'd say, that's a lie. So now their mother, okay, which was by marriage to me, it wasn't a direct thing, it was marriage, would convince them otherwise. She would say that that's not a lie, that it's true. And she even took them to a mall and let them sit on Santa Claus' lap. And so that then they came back and said, Paul, Santa Claus is real. I saw him. I said, you didn't see no Santa Claus. He ain't real. All you saw was a man dressed up in a costume, kind of like Halloween. No, Paul, I saw him. And I said, well, why are they all over the place? So then the one looked over and said, yeah, why are they all over the place? So I had that battle. And you know what? I don't care. If they come over and visit, I don't care. I'm not going to lie to them children, man. I'm just not going to do it. I lied to my own children. And I have that burden to bear, okay? And I repented of it. But I'm not going to, in one side now, no, I ain't going to dare lie to my grandchildren or any other child. I don't care if I mess it up or blow it for them. Too bad. You're a liar. I'm telling the truth. Okay? That's the bottom line as far as I'm concerned. Go ahead, Sharon.
And when they're older and they need somebody that they can trust, you're the one they're going to go to.
Thank you for that. And I do say that to them. I say, have I ever lied to you? And they say, no. I said, well, there you go. So I get to say that. And that's a feel-good situation, believe me. It really is. Anybody else got anything to contribute on that subject or anything else?
Truth shall set you free.
Right on, man. Okay. Anybody else before Brother Lou finishes off chapter 8 for us? Okay, Brother Lou, you're back on stage, man.
Okay, Romans chapter 8, starting at verse 11. And if the Ruach of him who raised Yahusha from the dead dwells in you, he who raised Mashiach from the dead shall also give life to your mortal bodies through his Ruach dwelling in you. So then, brothers, we are not debtors to the flesh, to live according to the flesh. For if you live according to the flesh, you are going to die. But if the Ruach you put to death, the deeds of the body, you shall live. For as many as are led by the Ruach of Yahuwah, these are sons of Yahuwah.
Okay, hang on, Lou.
Yeah.
Okay, real fast here. We're walking in the spirit and the truth now, folks. And it says here, if you put to death the deeds of the body, you shall live. That's what we were talking about, dying daily. You see that connection, everybody? So you put off the deeds of the body, which is what? Sin, unrighteousness. So you stop the body from doing it, okay? And we're walking in the spirit and the Ruach, the set apartness. Okay? All right, Lou.
And unmute. We're on 15 now. Verse 15. For you did not receive the Ruach of bondage again to fear, but you received the Ruach of adoption, by whom we cry out, Abba, Father. The Ruach himself bears witness with our Ruach that we are children of Yahuwah, and if children, also heirs, truly heirs of Yahuwah, and co-heirs with Mashiach, if indeed we suffer with him, in order that we also be exalted together. For I reckon that the sufferings of this present time are not even worth comparing with the esteem that is to be revealed in us. For the intense longing of the creation eagerly waits for the revealing of the sons of Yahuwah. For the creation was subjected to futility, not from choice, but because of him who subjected it, in anticipation that the creation itself also shall be delivered from the bondage of corruption.
Okay, hang on, Will. Okay, so this is, to me, futility here. It says creation was subjected to futility. Futility in this context is meaning uselessness or pointlessness, perhaps. Not, you know what I mean? Was subject to this uselessness, not from choice. So the creation, the plants and animals didn't do anything wrong. It wasn't their choice to have to be corrupted and die. Okay, it was because of him who subjected it, which was Yahuwah. So anticipation that, interestingly, it says that the creation itself also shall be delivered. Are we catching that? So creation itself shall be delivered from the bondage to corruption. So to me, this means the animals are going to be delivered. None of them sinned on their own account. They were subject to it because of what we did and because Yahuwah subjected them to it because they were under our reign. We were the kings over them. So therefore, what happens to the kings happened to the subjects. So why do animals and plants die and they didn't sin? Because they were subjected to our fall by Yahuwah. Why? Because we reigned over them. We were their kings. So what happened to us happens to them. If someone comes in and attacks your country and takes over the government, what happens to the people? They're subjected to the invader, right? Because the leaders were taken over. So what the king does is what happens to the people. It's scripture, man. It's in scripture. So to me, this is saying for me, that the animals are going to be delivered. So I think if you have pets that have died in the past, you're probably going to see them in the reign of Yahuwah, according to this. Whether or not they have a soul or not doesn't really matter. It's what Yahuwah is going to do. He subjected them to sin and corruption. They have to die. They did nothing. So he's going to bring them back to life. And when we are revealed, the sons of Yahuwah are revealed, and the reign of Yahuwah comes, why should they remain dead? They did nothing to die. See what I'm saying? I think this is proof of it, man. I know I'm off on a limb here, but go ahead, Phyllis.
First of all, I want to tell you that Mark says, well said. I mean, Brick says, well said, Mark. I agree. Yahushua cursed the earth because of Adam. Isn't that what the earth is being delivered from? The earth is going to be delivered from the thorns and the blight that he cursed the earth with.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was just kind of alluding to. Was it says for the creation was subjected to futility, not from choice, but because of him who subjected it, which was Yahuwah when he did that curse that you're talking about, in anticipation that the creation itself shall also be delivered from the bondage to corruption and to the esteemed freedom of the children of Yahuwah. We didn't read that part. So yeah, Phyllis, that's what I think it's saying, man. I really do. So he cursed it. So the earth, with all the briars and everything, the earth dies. All those plants die, do they not? Yeah, they do. And so do the animals. They did nothing. Why did they have to suffer for our sins? Because we were ruling over, we were put in charge of them. That's why. So they're lesser than us. They're our subjects. So they have to suffer the same fate we did. Why? Because it's Yahuwah's will. But I think it says it's going to be a renewed Shemayim and a renewed earth, right? Does that mean he's going to make everything back the way it was before he cursed the earth and the animals and have to die, be corrupted like us? Seems like that, since it says delivered from the bondage to corruption into the esteemed freedom of the children of Yahuwah. So it seems like it's going to be brought back into sync with us before, like it was in the garden. I don't know, something weird now that I said that. It seems like in Genesis that the Eden is like a landmass or something, and then the garden was within Eden. I was just reading that this morning, man. It just kind of was a little bit of an awakening for me, but I won't get into it. But go ahead, William.
Yeah, Genesis 7:15, and they went into the ark to Noah 2 by 2 of all the flesh, in which is the breath of life. In Genesis 2:7, and Yahuwah Elohim formed man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. He will restore all things. Okay, that's exactly the way I see that. They have the breath of life in them too. They're just a little lower than we're lower than the angels, and that's his divine creation. It doesn't get turned into an abomination until you start offering it to false idols, and the false idols are slaughtering them and your children, God's creation, and making an abomination out of it. Just throwing that out there. We'll get on a tangent later.
Yeah, I like what you're saying there, William. I'm with you on that. Someone had the hand up. Who was it? Oh, Toria, go ahead.
When he created the earth and when he created the animals, he created them for man. The earth was prepared for man. He put the plants before he created man, because man needed to be able to way to breathe. You can take your shoes off and put your feet on the earth and you connect. He created it for healing, for food, for all things needed. So when man fell, also the earth and the animals, that's why I believe he dumbed the animals down. But I know that was because Adam feared that they would have revenge on him for his fall. So he dumbed them down. But yes, I do believe that they were made for man. That's why he made the animals to commune with man. And that's why he dumbed them out. I can't remember what scripture where I read it, but it also says the animals desire for the return of Yahusha, the return of the garden. And but yes, those things are living, and I do believe that they were made for man.
Yeah, I think so. Go ahead, Sharon.
I was trying to click onto my name instead of the mute button. That's where, when they say that the lion will lay down with the lamb, everything will be as it was before the fall. And everything and every animal and every human will get along without any iniquity. That's pretty cool. Let's see. It reminds me of if you ever watch movies like the fantasy movies, where when the ring is thrown in the fire or whatever, the whole earth just kind of, they have this rippling effect in the whole earth, and everybody changes and everybody's back to the way it was before evil came along. It's pretty cool.
Go ahead, Diane.
Hi, Sharon. In reference to what you just mentioned, they're even telling everyone in the world through their movies that they really know what's going on. They know and have read Yahuwah's word. So they make these movies as a fantasy, to put people in a fantasy world with their mind and, utopia and what have you. But they're really telling them the truth at the same time.
That's what I was told, or what I heard, is that they have to tell you the truth. So that's why they have these, when you see these award shows where they've got the red and white brick floor, and they have to tell you what they're doing, but you have no clue if you're not in on it. But they have, and so it's, I forget the phrase now, where they hiding in plain sight. They have to do it, but people don't realize, because they're all sleeping and they're all transfixed on the TV and go, "Oh, that's so beautiful." No, it's not. It's evil.
Absolutely, sister.
Okay, Toria, go ahead.
What was an astonishing blow for me was when I read, I believe it was the book of Enoch, and it had to do with the fallen messengers. I'm always curious and looking up things. And after I had read these books that were removed, I stumbled upon this video game, World of Warcraft, or whatever they call that thing, that's very popular. So me being me, I decided to Google these names that they were using for their characters. And it told me right then, somebody had to read these books, or somebody has given them the knowledge. It wasn't the fallen's names, it was the legions, the under them's names that they used. Every single one of them, the names were from them, not the main fallen, but their people under them, the legions. It was their names. And I thought to myself, oh my goodness, the only way they would have known that is either to have read, which how could you not be a believer, or have been given that knowledge by, the evil sides or whatever. I just thought that was an amazing thing when I discovered that. It just blew my mind.
Well, how about that Lucifer telescope? Really? Lucifer? That's the name you pick?
That's funny. Yeah, there's no doubt the councils of Satan, if you will, knows what's going on. And Satan and the demons know the scriptures like the back of their hand. And so they're able to, and the devil always wants to shadow Yahuwah. He wants to be Yahuwah, so he does what Yahuwah does, and sometimes he does it with a dark twist. But yeah, he mimics Yahuwah. We all know that. And so, yeah, his council of Satan is going to mimic things as well and expose things because they have to. Yahuwah does nothing without telling his prophets first, and Satan's not allowed to do it either without telling the world what he's doing. So they do expose their works in movies and games and all kinds of different things. There's no doubt about it. There's a certain group of people that are in the know, in the inside, and they know what's going on. Most of everybody else is just being led by the delusion. They're in the delusion and are being led by the nose as followers. They're leading the sheep over the cliff, man, is what they're doing. And so forth and so on. Does anybody else have anything now to say on that? Before we move on, I just want to bring one little passage to mind for y'all to dwell on, and it's found in Ecclesiastes 3:19. It says, "For the circumstance of the sons of men is also the circumstance of beasts. One circumstance befalls them. As one dies, so dies the other. Indeed, they all have one breath. Man has no advantage over beasts, for all is futile." So I think that this here kind of goes along with what we just read. It lets us know that we have no advantage over the flesh of the animals or the plants. Okay, we're all in the same boat because it was the will of Yahuwah to do so. Man has no advantage over the beast. So as one dies, so dies the other. Indeed, they all have one breath. What breath? Well, the breath of Yahuwah, of course. He's the one that returns our breath. He's the one that gives us life. But if he takes his breath away, all flesh dies immediately, right? He maintains us. He sustains us. Okay? So I just thought that was an interesting thing to bring up. Go ahead, Toria.
I just want to say, every Shabbat morning when I go out to my animals and my chickens, I always tell my animals Shabbat Shalom, and I tell them that Yahuwah loves them and that Yahusha will return for us. I just wanted to share that with you guys because I do believe they hear and they do understand, and they have a heart for him as we do. We just don't see what is before us. We don't. And I do believe that they do know, they do have a heart for that. But I just wanted to share that. So every morning I go out there, and then during the week I always just tell them that Yahuwah loves them, and then I sing praises, and and they get to hear it. So I just wanted to share that. So don't be afraid to talk to your dogs and tell them that Yahuwah loves them and that Yahusha will return for them. That's it.
Go ahead, Diane.
Thank you for that, Toria. That was fantastic. Because my one of my daughters and her husband and children had two miniature beagles, and my older daughter and I were visiting their home to pick up my younger daughter, and one of the her name was Nellie. She was the feisty one they were of the same litter, and she was the feisty one. But she came to me in the kitchen and she looked up at me and she was trying to communicate. She was talking to me, even though it was a bark, but it wasn't her regular bark. Instead of her, woof, woof, she was, and I said, and I looked at her and I said, Nellie, I know you're trying to tell me something, but I don't understand, what you're saying. And she did it again. And after the second time, the earth moved. So she was trying to warn us that an earthquake tremble was coming. I can't see that, Toria. She was trying to warn us that an earthquake tremor was coming because they feel things before we do, And I after it was over, I picked her up and hugged her and thanked her so much. I said, I'm sorry that I didn't understand. I wish I had understood, but praise Yah that you were here to, to warn us, to help us. So animals are very important in our lives. I remember the scripture where the prophet who was riding the donkey to to go and put a curse on the children of Israel, and he was beating the donkey to move. Come on, come on, come on. and Yahuwah made the donkey talk to the man through his messenger, his set apart messenger. That's in scripture. And the donkey said to the man, don't you see this warrior in front of us? I'm not going, you know. And I'm just paraphrasing it. And I know Lou knows about it, and Mark and William and everybody else. But when I read that, I says, wow, we human beings, we are so short-sighted, you know, spiritually as well as naturally, you know. But yeah, that was good, Toria. Thank you. It just reminded me about my two little grand dogs. They're not here anymore. They both lived to be 18 years old each, and they were awesome. But thank you very much for that, because we do need to recognize our pets and love them and care for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. And Toria, in response to what you were saying, I do the same thing. If my horses start acting up, I say, Yahusha, Yahusha. Man, they just start closing their eyes and falling asleep. I ain't kidding you. I do it all the time. But to that point, Mark 16, verse 15, guys. Mark 16:15 says, and he said to them, this is Yahusha talking, and he said to them, go into all the world and proclaim the Basora to every creature. Proclaim the Basora to every creature. Now, to me, that means men and animals and reptiles and everything else. It's just to every creature. That means every creation. So we should be doing it to the trees and the plants. What's creation, man? Creature. It's creation. It's creation. We're all his creatures. Everything that he created. So we should be proclaiming the Basora to all the creatures, man. So what a valid point Toria brought up in Diane. Go ahead, Toria.
Okay, most women, we talk to our plants. I have to say, us women talk to our plants.
Yeah, it's valid, man. It really is. Go ahead, William.
Didn't Paul say that if you stay steadfast in the faith, and in that particular scripture he said that of whom he was called into, and he preached it to all the creatures in heaven and on the earth? Didn't Paul say that?
Yeah, it seems like something like that. Yeah, there's something like that there. I can't quite remember where it was at, but yeah, there's something like that there, William. Maybe you can find it for us. Hey, and Toria, and all you women out there that talk to your plants, start preaching the Basora of Yahusha to them, man. You're commanded to do so. All right. Anybody else got anything? All right, Brother Lou. Sorry it took so long to get back to you, brother. Go ahead. You're back on stage.
Yeah, I think it was 1 Peter 3, verse 20, around that place where he spoke to the people who died before the flood. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, we're back to chapter 8.
Are you talking about what William just brought up?
Right. Yeah.
Did you hear what Lou said? Man, he's got it. Go ahead, Will. Let him say it. Go ahead, Will.
Yeah. First Colossians 23, if indeed you continue in the faith, grounded and steadfast, and are not moved away from the hope of the Basora, which you heard, which was preached to every creature under the heaven, of which I, Paul, became a minister.
Where is that again?
It's in Colossians 1:22. 23. Colossians 1:23.
Yeah, boy, that's an excellent reference, William. It really is. If indeed you continue in the belief founded and steadfast and are not moved away from the expectation of the Basora, which you heard, which was proclaimed to every creature under the heaven, of which I, Paul, became a servant, who now rejoice in my suffering for you and fill up in my flesh what is lacking in Mashiach's afflictions for the sake of his body, which is the assembly, for which I became a servant according to the administration of Yahuwah, which was given to me for you to fill the word of Yahuwah, the secret which has been hidden from ages and from generations, but now has been revealed to the Kadeshim, to whom Yahuwah desired to make known what are the riches of the esteem of this secret among the nations, which is Mashiach in you. Wow. Yeah. Very good, man. I mean, that's a really good reference. I could read that whole thing, man. Just eat it up like candy. All right, William. Thank you so much for that. All right, Brother Lou. Let's get another.
All right, we're picking up on chapter 8 in Romans at verse 22. For we know that all creation groans together and suffers the pains of childbirth together until now. And not only so, but even ourselves, who have the first fruits of the Ruach, we ourselves also groan within ourselves, eagerly waiting for the adoption, the redemption of our body. For in this hope we were delivered, but hope that is seen is not hope. For when anyone sees, does he expect it? If we expect what we do not see, we eagerly wait for it with endurance. And in the same way, the Ruach does help in our weaknesses. For we do not know what we should pray, but the Ruach himself pleads our case for us with groanings unutterable. And he who searches the hearts knows what the mind of the Ruach is, because he makes intercession for the set apart ones, according to Yahuwah. Pardon me. And we know that all things work together for good to those who love Yahuwah, to those who are called according to his purpose. Because those whom he knew beforehand, he also established beforehand to be conformed to the likeness of his Son, for him to be the firstborn among many brothers. And whom he established beforehand, these he also called. And whom he called, these he also declared right. And whom he declared right, these he also esteemed.
Okay, hang on a minute, Will. We can't really go past that. Okay, guys, this is saying here, because those whom he knew beforehand, he also established beforehand, means that we were chosen before he created anything. He knew his election was before he created anything. So he knows who his sheep are. If we look over to Revelations 13:8 real quick. Revelations 13:8. Let's go to Revelations 13:8. And it says, in those and all those dwelling on the earth whose names have not been written in the book of life of the slain Lamb from the foundation of the world shall worship him. Speaking of the false prophet, anti-Mashiach. Okay, so here we find out now that the Lamb was slain before the foundations of the earth, and his election was delivered through the blood of the Lamb before he created anything. Is that not powerful? So why? Well, Yahuwah is present in all the tenses. He's not restricted like we are. He's not restricted by our thoughts either, by our human brain. Okay. His thoughts are higher than ours by a long shot. Okay. So keep that in mind, will you? There's a teaching going around out there that we have free will and we can choose to be obedient or not. And after we're delivered, we can choose to not be delivered, or we can go back to sin. And it's a choice. It's our choice. Nobody's but ours. And what I'm hearing here or reading is that Yahuwah has decided all of this beforehand, as Brother Lou just read. So do we have free will? Of course we do. In our little vapor time slot of our reality, it's just a vapor to Yahuwah. Our lifetime, that is. It's 1,000 years is one day, and 1 year is 1,000 years. Okay, our lifetime, our life. If we live to be 100 years old, our lifespan is only 2.4 hours to Yahuwah. Using that math. So think about that. Our lifespan is 2.4 hours to Yahuwah. We don't live very long. So if we want to perceive us, if we have this free will to make all these big choices in such a little time frame, 2.4 minutes, we don't have a whole lot of free will there to make these choices, these big choices. Okay. And we're talking eternal choices. Okay, not lifetime choices. See what I'm saying? So Yahuwah has made all these choices for us, but in our perception, in our reality, on this carbon copied world, this penitentiary we're in, we think we make all these choices ourselves. But Yahuwah, nothing we do is a surprise in Yahuwah. He's already seen it all. It's all played out before him. And probably constantly, since the tenses doesn't restrict him. It's a deep subject. Go ahead, Toria.
Yeah, something just jumped at me. And verse 26, and in the same way, the Ruach does help in our weaknesses, for we do not know what we should pray, but the Ruach himself pleads our case for us with groanings unutterable. Wow. So when we pray, and there's times when, we don't have the words or the capability to be able to speak what Yahuwah is, his knowledge of speaking. Our words are so little. But here it sounds like the Ruach, goes before us and expresses what we're feeling in a way that he has understanding of what we feel. Is that what I'm reading?
Yeah, well, unutterable means too great to describe, we'll just say. Beyond our ability to define it. Okay, so too great to describe. It's unutterable. We can't even, our minds can't comprehend it enough to explain it. Let's say it that way. And so the same way the Ruach does help, in the same way the Ruach helps us in the weaknesses, through our weakness, we're made strong, okay, through Yahusha. For we do not know what we should pray, but the Ruach himself pleads our case for us with groanings. When? I don't know. Maybe when we go, maybe while we're sleeping. Maybe he just goes up and maybe he sends prayers to Yahuwah in the secret place. Like we can speak silently in our minds. Maybe he sends these unutterable prayers and groanings to Yahuwah that way, through the secret place. We can all come up with a lot of different ways that this could be happening, but yes, I mean, yeah, it's valid.
Because I'm seeing, because our weakness is expression, or being able to verbally say what our heart is trying to say. And it just blew me away when I read that passage, that the Ruach goes before us, because we don't even know what to pray, and he goes before us. I just thought that was completely amazing.
It is amazing, because if you really think about it, maybe we pray for a new car, and Yahuwah grants us that prayer, and then the next week we go out and get hit by a semi and get killed because we got that new car. And if we wouldn't have got it, we'd have been home and safe. So we really don't know what we're praying for or what's good for us.
Wait a second. So if that may not have been home and safe, maybe being hit by the car takes us home and safe.
Well, yeah, we could spin it, you know.
Yahuwah is our safe.
Keep in context what I'm trying to explain.
Yeah.
I mean, we can spin it all day long, but let's try not to do that. But it's a good.
I just thought that was amazing. It just stuck out at me that even when we don't know what to say and we're in maybe a state of quietness, that he goes before us.
Yeah, that could be too. Yeah, for sure. Go ahead, Sharon.
Yeah, and there are times that I pray and go, I just don't know what to ask. I don't know what to say. You're going to have to do it for me. I just don't know. And I think it's it. To go back to the foreshadowing that Yahuwah knows what's going on ahead of time. Brick has a message. He simply knows from the beginning who will respond to the salvation he offers and who won't. It is foreknowledge of who will accept Yahusha. So not that he controls us and says, well, I know what you're going to do. He has an idea of what we're going to be doing. Not that we don't have a destiny. It's just that he knows what our destiny is. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, thank you, Sharon. Yeah, I mean, that goes deep too. We can take that one way out to a tangent as well. I mean, with the thief on the stake. Right, he didn't go get jumped down off the stake and go get water immersed. He was being penalty of death for being a robber. Okay, and so why was he delivered? You know, he didn't get jumped down off the stake and go water immersed. He didn't have the ruach. Why? Well, more than likely, it's because Yahuwah had the lamb was slain and he was covered with the blood of the lamb before the foundations of the earth was laid. So Yahuwah already had deliberately made that decision before he created anything about that robber. Okay, that's just an example. There's many more. Okay, another thing here I just want to go to real quick is in verse 23, Romans 8, verse 23, where it says, and not only so, but even we ourselves who have the first fruits of the Ruach, by being immersed in the Ruach. So we ourselves who have the first fruits of the Ruach is Yahusha, right? We ourselves also groan within ourselves, eagerly waiting for the adoption, the redemption of our body. What's that mean, redemption of our body? All of a sudden, here we go, we're doing it too. We're groaning too. Not unutterably like the Ruach does, but we're praying ourselves, with groan within ourselves, eagerly waiting for the adoption to become the sons when we go through the endurance. The one who endures is saved, right? To the end is saved. And so we're waiting on this adoption to be his sons, the redemption to share with the inheritance of Yahusha, and then the redemption of our body. What's that mean? Redemption of our body. Well, where's our body? And so if he's going to redeem us, and now we're talking about the redemption of our body. Is our body not flesh and in the ground, return to dust? Why is he going to redeem our body? What does that mean? Are we going to put back on fleshly body at the redemption? No. So what this is saying is the redemption of our body is, remember, Yahusha's blood purchased not only our being, but also our bodies, because we become the temple of Yahuwah. So the redemption of our body is when he resurrects our bones, puts flesh back on them, and changes them immediately to our immortal bodies. So he's also going to redeem our body, but he's going to transform it into immortality. The wrong are going to lose both body and being in Gehenna. Our bodies don't go to Gehenna. They died once. That's their penalty. They don't have to die. Body doesn't have to die twice. It paid the penalty. He's going to redeem it because it's his temple, and he's not going to leave it flesh. He's going to bring the flesh back up and change it into immortality. He's going to redeem our bodies, make them immortal, and we're going to live in our same bodies, but no longer flesh, immortal. So it's like a reverse engineering. So Adam and Kua was immortal bodies, and when they ate the fruit, their bodies turned to flesh, turned into a fleshly prison or cell, right? In this case, the immortal bodies, our fleshly bodies, our cells are going to be re-engineered back to immortality, back to the way Adam and Kua's body was before the fall. He's going to reverse engineer it. You see it? Go ahead, Tori.
Hashatan left his first estate. Man left their first estate. And we will return to our first estate, which is the light, which was what that Adam and Kua were from the beginning.
Yeah, and on that note, I agree with you. And on that note, I know there's a lot of people who are going to, think I'm nuts when I say this, but I think when Kua plucked the forbidden fruit, she believed the lie of the serpent, and so she reached up, she plucked that fruit. I think the second she touched that, it only took her another second to bite it, probably, not speculation. She may have adored it for a while, how pretty it was before she bit it, who knows. But I think when she tried that apple and pulled it off, she turned to flesh. And she bit that thing, and her body became infected with sin. She took on the virus of sin into her flesh, and she handed it to Adam. And he wasn't fooled by the lie, but he was deceived by the sin of being like Yahuwah, wanting to be like Yahuwah, like Satan did. Okay? And until he reached out and grabbed that fruit from her, he stayed immortal. And then when he grabbed it and bit it, he turned into flesh right there and then. That's what I think. Now, it's kind of weird because they're one. So she bit it and turned into flesh. Did he turn into flesh immediately because they were one? Or was there a delay? Was there a possibility still remain for Adam to choose not to sin, not to go forth with it, and he remained immortal till he bit it? Even though iniquity was in his mind. Iniquity was found in Adam before he bit that fruit. That's a weird thing. So if we continue to read in Genesis, we see that they knew that they were naked. So to me, this revealing of their nakedness was the removal of immortality. Okay, and then Yahuwah clothed them with the sheepskin, and the blood dripped down on them to cover up that sin on those fleshly bodies. Okay, and then he ushered them out of the garden with their sheep clothing on in fleshly bodies. And the reason he kicked them out of there, it was before they could go over and grab the fruit on the tree of life and bite it and live forever in their fallen state. If they weren't in the fallen state, he wouldn't have been worried about them eating the the forbidden fruit, because they would have still remained immortal at that point. What would have made a difference if they would have ate the fruit or not? Okay, if they were still immortal in the garden, they didn't turn into flesh until they went through the gate of the garden. See that? So obviously they had to turn into flesh in the garden. They sinned in the garden. They turned into flesh in the garden. They were covered by the blood of the sheep temporarily for their transgression, and they were ushered out as fleshly beings, as one. You know, now I know there's some kinks in there that I haven't really figured out yet, but it really doesn't give us that much information to figure it out. But that's just, I'm off on that tangent, but it's an interesting concept. It goes deeper, but we don't have time. Anybody else? All righty, Lou, but we're back to your brother. Sorry, it took so long.
Yeah, that reminded me what you just said. The reverse psychology of that animal in that cartoon or nursery rhyme about "Don't throw me into that briar patch." That'd be the last place I want to go. And we're so easy. We're so gullible. You know. Okay, we're at verse 31, and we just finished talking about whom he established beforehand, these he also called. Now, what shall we say to this? If Yahuwah is for us, who is against us? Truly, he who did not spare his own son, but delivered him up on behalf of us all, how shall he not, along with him, freely give us all else? Who shall bring any charge against Yahuwah's chosen ones? It is Yahuwah who is declaring right. Who is he who is condemning? It is Mashiach who died, and furthermore is also raised up, who is also at the right hand of Yahuwah, who also makes intercession for us. I want to stop for a moment and mention this. People who have lost loved ones. This is very important. Who shall separate us from the love of the Mashiach? Shall pressure or distress or persecution or scarcity of food or nakedness or danger or sword? As it has been written, for your sake we are killed all yom long. We are reckoned as sheep of slaughter. But in this we are more than overcomers through him who loved us. For I am persuaded that neither death, nor life, nor messengers, nor principalities, nor powers, neither the present nor the future, nor height nor depth, nor any other creature shall be able to separate us from the love of Yahuwah, which is in Mashiach, our Master.
Thank you, Lou. Okay, so that ends today's study, folks, and we were able to get through those three magnificent chapters, Romans 6, 7, and 8. Anybody that didn't catch all of that, please take the time to read back through 6, 7, and 8 so that you can, come into the truth, man, because it's all right there. That's so powerful in how we walk. The flesh body, the body of sin in the Ruach, the mind of the Ruach, is a hard thing for people to grasp that are not quite, does not have the Ruach HaKodesh dwell in them yet, or have not quite entered into the everlasting covenant. It is extremely hard. But once that you do, then this all should clear up. And it's good to have the advanced knowledge anyway, to understand set apartness, because we're commanded to be set apart. And this right here is just hammers it, man. It really explains your set apartness. Now, we're also set apart from the world, and we're supposed to be set apart from the world in our fleshly bodies and in darkness, But as a reminder, people, the flesh is not our enemy. Okay, we're not at war with other people in the flesh, and so we don't have to stay away from them. So, but we are at war with our own flesh, not other people's flesh. But with our flesh, we are, and it's a daily battle. We have to die daily, as Sandra suggested. Okay, powerful. Listen, anybody, it's wide open now. Anybody, talk about anything you want. Go ahead, William.
Yeah, in Romans 8:29, he says, "For him to be the firstborn among many brothers." And then to reiterate what the important of what Lou was saying, that Paul was conveying there. The same message is in. I'm going to go back to Colossians 1:15, where he says, "He is the image of the invisible Yahuwah, the firstborn over all creation. For by him all things were created that are in the heavens and on the earth, visible and invisible, whether thrones or dominions or principalities or powers. All things were created through him, for him, and he is before all things, and in him all things consist." It's just completely interweaved there, what he's talking about, how it can't be separated. I mean, it seems like a temporary separation when we recognize the level of sin that's been in our life, and what brings us to repentance through his word, but there's a real strong message in that, Mark. I think, that maybe a tangent might be applicable. And I want to thank Toria for sending you on that last tangent. I'm glad I'm not the only one that does it. But I just, there was a great correlation there that I think maybe need to be, might be looked at. Just throwing it out there.
Yeah, what were those verses again, William?
Yeah, that's in Colossians 1:15. 15 through 17, and you could actually go through, I think, 21 on that, because it's all interconnected. Colossians 1:15 and on, being reconciled in Yahusha.
Yeah, who is the likeness of the invisible Yahuwah, the firstborn of all creation? That's a deep subject, and I do have a video out on that. If you want to go into Sparking Yuja and find it, it's about the firstborn of all creation. It's powerful, man. And I don't want to throw any stumbling blocks out there, but real quickly for you, William, let me just say it. The firstborn of all creation is the body of Yahuwah. He created a body for himself before he created anything. The body he called the Word. He created all things through the Word, which is the firstborn of all creation. It's Yahusha. Okay, it's the body of Yahuwah, man. Okay, his body was emptied out, sent down into the womb of a woman, and she gave birth, and he was incarnated, wrapped in flesh, and walked among us. Okay, firstborn of all creation. Powerful. Find the video, man. You won't regret watching it.
Yeah.
Okay.
John 1 says that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So this is a hard thing for people to understand, but there has to be a way that for separation of perfect and imperfect. How do we separate? How do we get perfect out of imperfect, folks? Okay. Just think about that. It's not the Immaculate Conception either. That's a falsehood. Okay. So did Yahusha have the blood of human blood running through him that was saturated in sin or had sin in it? There's another question. I'm not going to get deep into this. It's a whole subject on itself. But what I would like to do is in reference to that. Quickly go to Colossians 3:1. And this is what I was trying to find before that I couldn't find. Remember, I couldn't find something? Well, here it is. Colossians 3, verse 1 through 4. If then you were raised with Mashiach, in your true pattern of Mashiach, and you were raised with him, you were resurrected, seek the things which are above, where Mashiach is, seated at the right hand of Yahuwah, which means he is the one on the throne. Okay, he has all the authority and the power. He's the one on the throne. Mind the things above, not those on the earth. For you have died. See here? You have died in your water immersion. And your life has been hidden. Your life that's still alive, your body's dead, but your being's alive. Your life, you're still alive in your being, right? The inner man is still alive. You have died, your flesh, and your life has been hidden with Mashiach in Yahuwah. When the Mashiach, who is our life, because we're in him now, is manifested, that means he's revealed at his second coming, then you also shall be manifested with him in esteem. So then you will come out of the Mashiach and put on your immortal body at that particular time. You see it? So the set apartness is not there until the Mashiach, who is our life, is revealed or manifested. Then you also shall be manifested or revealed with him at the same time at his second coming in esteem. What esteem? Your immortal body. You will be given your immortal body. Okay, so there, William, you seeing that one? All right, brother. Okay, somebody else had their hand up. Who was it? Anybody else? Who? Oh, go ahead, Phil.
If there's any scripture of where the origin of iniquity started, I know Hashatan, but even before that, I don't know if Luke can address that. If it's a testing, of all his creation, because if everything originated with Yahuwah and his plan, then somehow he must have allowed this to happen to test his creation. I may be way off here, and I sure don't want to offend him first or anyone else, but as you dig in deeper in things, you tend to question things in your mind, not of salvation at all, but just things that you read and contemplate on Scripture.
Lou, would you like to address that? Did you understand what he's asking, brother? No, you're muted, Lou. You're muted, Lou.
Yeah, I'd like to hear it again because I couldn't understand. It was real quiet. I mean, his voice was very low.
Okay, I'll try it again. I'm sorry. I just wondered and I probably should talk slower. Sorry. Where the origin of iniquity originated, and if it was allowed so that he could test his creation, even his angels, obviously.
I see. Well, the rebellion, of course, the war in heaven was the original rebellion, and a third of the messengers or Malachim fell. And the most beautiful one, that was the covering messenger, because of the iniquity that he had, the pride, that we imagine that the people, not the people, the messengers, before he created the heavens, the earth, we have this pride, and we can only assume what that was about. But if other messengers saw this being, we call Hashatan, walking around or flying around or whatever they do, and they said, "Wow, you're like that guy, you're the man," and he goes, "Yeah, I'm the man." Well, that this recognition that we give actors in Hollywood, it's a small example of it. This pride, and he kind of wanted to be like Yahuwah after that, and it just kept building and building and building, and then there was this big rebellion. The people that really liked him as a fan, they were kind of like fans. A fan is a short word for fanatic, a person who really goes after somebody in their minds, and they just say, "Wow, that person's great." A singer or an entertainer. It could be anybody. Politician. I don't know why anybody would want to think of a politician as something great, but they're the lowest of men. But as far as where it started, that would be where it started. Is that the question that you wanted to know?
Yeah, I guess if Yahuwah created everything, and of course he did, I'm not questioning that at all, then how did this iniquity, was it allowed so that he could test the true character of his set apart ones deep within their soul? I just, that's what I'm wondering, why it was allowed in the first place. And I know it wasn't allowed because he threw, Hashatan out and a third of his angels. And if those angels saw Yahuwah and compared him to Hashatan, they already had that iniquity within them too, I suppose. I don't know, because, I'm speculating also because we haven't seen either. But that's just something I was thinking about.
Yeah, and it seems like Yashayahu, they call Isaiah chapter 14, talks about this quite a bit. If you read that, if you go to chapter 14 and read about that, how this iniquity was found in him. So I guess that would be the source of it, and how the process panned out, I don't know, but we can speculate that it was probably a matter of the fanatics that were in the messengers that followed this guy and said, "Yeah, we always did like you, so we'll go with you." So Yahuwah is jealous. He doesn't want to have any competition. So you're either for him or you're not.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Lou and Phil. Go ahead, William.
Okay, Isaiah 45, 5-7. Maybe Lou, you could give us a little insight into that. He says, "I am Yahuwah, and there is none else. There is no Elohim beside me. I gird you, though you have not known me, so that they know from the rising of the sun to its setting that there is none but me. I am Yahuwah, and there is no one else, forming light and creating darkness, making peace and creating evil. I, Yahuwah, do all these."
As a child, I would just say, "I believe it," and just don't do anything against this being. Make friends with him. You don't want any part of that. Let's just worship him for who he is, accept him, and get to know him as quickly as we can, and he'll bless us. And that's what that says to me. It says, "Don't make me your enemy." You don't want him to be your enemy. You'd rather have anything but him as your enemy.
Yeah, I think maybe, like Phil's asking that question. I know I asked that question at some point in time too. Maybe we all have. Where does this come from? Why does this exist? And then, when we read that scripture, it's like, oh, that just kind of completely threw me off the horse there. I didn't expect to see that. But yeah, you're right. Make friends quick.
Well, yeah, because if he created everything, then it's almost like a measure of testing. I mean, in my human understanding, the testing of that character and obedience and that, putting him first and that type of thing, it's got to be something like that, or he wouldn't have allowed it in the first place. So I don't know. I'm not trying to I'm walking the line here. Sure, I'm not trying to say he did. I just, I'm just questioning. And any teacher, any master teacher loves when their students are questioning because then there's that understanding. So anyway.
Okay.
I was
Go
I
ahead,
was
Phyllis.
thinking, oh, sorry. I was thinking that what the scripture that Lou just read proves and says that he created evil. And to prove that out was when he threw Adam and Hawa, he told Adam, I am cursing the ground. He put the evil in the ground.
Okay, I got a thought on all this, and that is this. Did he create the firstborn of all creation was Yahusha. That was the first thing he created. The second thing he created was the Malachim, because they watched him create everything else, and they shouted for joy as he created. It's in Job. So my question to all of you is this. Why did he create everything else if he already had fellowship with the Malachim? Because Hashatan had iniquity found in him that spread to the third part of the other Malachim, and Yahuwah began playing the game of life with Hashatan. And we are all pawns in this game of life. That's why everything is happening the way it's happening. We have 6,000 years, then the game ends. Game over. It all leads to the 7th days of creation. So that's just a thought.
I can
And
I think, yeah, that's exactly, what it seems like it is. So backed by scripture and,
Tori, I think your hand was up first. Go ahead.
Well, I think when the messengers saw that Yahuwah was doing something new, he was creating something, I believe that is when Hashatan started having hatred in his heart, when he realized whatever he's creating, he's going to have to serve. And I believe that's when he started having those hateful thoughts in his heart and who he was. He thought he was better than everyone else. Why would I serve these things that you are creating? So I think that's where it first stemmed from. Also, I just want to make a comment. Alan Thomas, I did the same thing. I was writing in capitals. He wrote here, I'll try better not to have all caps if it bothers y'all. I totally forgot that the questions that people have are in all caps. So I was doing the same thing. I'm just letting him know that's the only reason why.
well, and that would make sense, Toria, because he's so jealous of us. And the demons are too, and supposedly they can't enjoy food, they can't enjoy drink, they can't enjoy anything. So they try to embody us, the fallen ones, not us, that are redeemed, so they can enjoy these pleasures of the earth that they cannot have, but yet they are exposed to on a daily basis. And I may be way off there, but just from my own study and contemplation, it appears that's why they want to indwell us and continue to fight for our, because it's a spiritual war. It has nothing to do with the flesh. So they try to turn us toward the flesh because that's what they're obsessed with. I don't know. What do you think, Lou? I don't want to drag this out all day either. I apologize.
Well, I see your point, and I've thought those same thoughts too. And it is a war in heaven. It's a spiritual war. It's not a fleshly war, although the purpose seems to be to destroy the physical universe. But yeah, the enemy is really insanely jealous, and I think that's driven the enemy mad.
Toria, go ahead. Toria.
I think also, I just thought about it when Will said what he said. He created the messengers, He just created them. But when he created man, he created him of himself. So I think the jealousy of was that is so powerful that he was not part of Yahuwah and Adam and Kuwa were. So we are all a part of Yahuwah, and these messengers are not. And I think that's maybe where he got his hatred.
Yeah, the image and imagery is so powerful in the satanic world. And Satanists, they're all into imagery big time. So that would link up with that perfectly, because I've talked to many of them. And what's really interesting with them is they're honest about it. They can tell if you have the HaKadosh, because we have no power over you. I've had them tell me that straight to my face. We have no power over you. They'll talk to you like a normal person, because they don't even waste their time. So it's kind of an interesting thing. And they're con men too, and women, but they're honest about it, usually, at least in a manipulative manner.
Diane, you're up.
I thought that Satan had sinned before Yahuwah created man and the garden. He sinned in where Yahuwah reigns, around his throne area. I mean, that's what I remember studying and reading. And he just got worse after the creation of man, because Yahuwah created man in his image, in their image, Yahusha and Yahuwah. But Satan sinned while he was way before man was created, and up in the heavenlies, if that's how you want to describe it. I may be incorrect, but I think that's what I had studied. And he just got worse after Yahuwah and Yahusha created man in their own image. And Yahuwah and Yahusha made a plan of redemption, because after all, he's Yahuwah, and he knows all things. So I may be wrong, but that's what I remember studying.
Yeah, and it's interesting that in Job, he talks to Hashatan and says, "Hey, have you considered my servant Job? He's most righteous." And then, of course, Satan comes back and says, "Well, if I do this to him, he'll surely curse you to your face." And it's just interesting how Yahuwah just plays with him like a little kid, and he can't handle it. He falls right into the trap every time. So it's interesting. It's just
that was very interesting. And unfortunately, Job was, I think, I don't know if it was Phil who mentioned it or Mark, that we were like pawns in this game. And when I was reading Job, I felt so bad. I said, wow, oh, Yahuwah, please, But Yahuwah knew Job's heart and his mind, and he already searched him out and knew that he wasn't going to curse Yahuwah and die. So, oops, here's that mosquito.
Yeah.
Sorry, folks.
Interesting, because Job keeps saying, "Well, I'm going to do a sacrifice for my family because I'm not sure if they have done it today." So almost like Job was letting pride get a hold of him a little bit, because he was doing this for all these other people to make sure they were, in good with Yahuwah. And so then maybe that's what prompted Yahuwah to test him a little bit, because of the pride was getting a little bit. I don't know. I just from what I read in it, he was doing stuff, for his family, to make sure they had done their sacrifices and that type of thing, to cover them and that type of thing. I don't know.
But I'm so thankful for the book of Job, because it shows us how much Yahusha suffered for us, and the things that we may have to suffer for his esteem, for his basora. So it was a teaching moment, and he passed. Praise Yahuwah, he passed. Thank you.
Yeah, I've got this one more impression. I'm sorry I'm doing so much talking, but Lou and Mark and everybody, I don't, every time I have a slight steer off the path, I hear this voice, not audible, but no weapon formed against you shall prosper. No weapon of the beast will prosper against you. And that's that scripture. And I hear it all the time. When I have even a slight doubt of some situation, then the outcome is the favor of Yahuwah, and that comes to my mind. Have you guys been having that lately? I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
I've had it during my entire life, actually, from the time I was 4 years old when I got hit in the head by a steel swing in a park. And his word is true and is truth. All weapons that are formed against us shall not prosper, because Yahuwah said it. So whatever he says is truth and is true. And as the saying goes in the world, we can take that to the bank. As long as we remain faithful and continue to trust him and believe and know without a shadow of a doubt that he reigns, that he is Elohim. Praise be to his name.
Thank you, Diane. Toria.
I just wanted to mention about the book of Job. The one thing that comes to me every time I have read it is it wasn't that he was just tested, but his own family wasn't trying to encourage him to turn his back on Yahuwah. They weren't even believers. And I think we seem to miss out on that, oh, he lost his wife and his kids, and all of it was taken from him. But all that was taken from him was those who didn't believe and that were discouraging him. Yes, I mean, his endurance was quite amazing, but I think a lot of us today are enduring that with our own family, of their non-belief and being steadfast in our belief. So, I mean, I love Job too, because we relate to that, but it had come back to my mind about his wife. Even, when are you going to just quit following this Yahuwah? She wasn't a believer. So just wanted to make that point.
Yeah, that's an awesome point. Thanks for doing that. I know that, but I didn't know the way you presented it. That's exactly right on. Thank you.
And that was their judgment, Toria, that he destroyed Job's enemies. Well, Yahusha's enemies and Job's enemies, and then blessed him. That's awesome.
Phyllis, did you have something, Phyllis? Did you have your hand up?
I was just struck with that. That was a great revelation. I was thinking Job's sons, that they were causing him heartache because he was constantly having to, make up for their sins. So that's pretty obvious that they were a pain in the neck.
More than pain in the neck.
And I believe he got everything back at the end, didn't he? Like,
oh, absolutely. Hallelujah.
watch or something. Okay. I think before we get off of the subject here, that I would just like to emphasize here that he created Yahusha first, a body for himself first. And then he created the Malachim, and then Satan fell. And there was the other Malachim, a third of them sided with Satan. And so there was this conflict between Yahuwah and the devil. Okay, there seems to have been at this point a point came that Yahuwah said, "Look, I can make perfect creations, perfect creatures lower than you, and they will worship me." And so Adam and Kua was made perfectly at first, and then they fell, like Satan fell. So the scenario is the same. So what happened, man? Through this argument or conflict with Satan, Yahuwah created a game. Okay, and so all this came about as we play the game that Yahuwah created. And it's for his delight, not ours. There's something to do with him going to destroy Satan, but before he does, he's going to prove to him that he was wrong. His iniquity was found in him, was unrighteous, and everybody's gonna suffer for it. It all goes along with what happened with Satan and him. And we're playing that kind of out as a little game, like we're pawns in this game of life, right? So if we go to Isaiah 46. Go to Isaiah 46, verse 9. It pretty much tells the story here. Isaiah 46, verse 9. Remember the former events of old, for I am all and there is no one else. All right, the former events of old. Was this when Hashatan fell and there was the beginning of the conflict? Possibly. For I am all and there's no one else. Elohim. And there is no one like me, declaring the end from the beginning. Declaring the end from the beginning of what? Eternity? No. The end of his creation from the beginning of his creation. Is what he's declaring the end from the beginning of his creation, and from of old that which has not yet been done. The game is not completed yet; it's still being played. Saying, "This is Yahuwah now. My counsel does stand, and all my delight I do." So we're playing Yahuwah's game. It's his delight. It's timed. It's a timed event. When time is up, the game is over. And then Yahuwah will judge according to his will.
Yes.
What was the lake of fire created for? Us? No. It was created for the Satan, for the devil, in the fallen Malach game. But he didn't throw one in there yet. They're playing the game. He's got something to prove to the devil for some reason, and we're all part of it. And so why did he create the firstborn of all creation? Yahushua first, his body, the word. Because he's not going to put us through this game for no reason. He's not a cruel Elohim. So since he got us into this mess, he's going to get us out of this mess. We will be rewarded for winning the game. Go ahead, William.
You mentioned something that was really, it kind of stuck with me about being pawns. And then what Diane was saying earlier about, how they put it in the movies and it's hiding in plain sight and all these things that we know about, those of us that study all this. Could I mention a video that I found, Mark?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. This just came out and it's called Queen's Death Signals Imminent Checkmate to the Illuminati. Okay, that's on YouTube. The guy goes right down this same rabbit hole that we're talking about right here at this particular moment about the game and how it's played on a black and white checkerboard. And like Phil was mentioning, how they and we know this, how they use their symbolism to communicate with one another and to show us what they want us to see. But we know what we really see, the evil in that, and that confirms our belief in Yahusha, our Messiah, okay, which just builds our strength and our faith up in that, you know. But I just, it kind of clicked in my mind, the idea that we're playing a, you know, maybe Milton Bradley didn't come up with it, but we're playing this game of life or whatever it is, you know, that our Creator created, and we have to walk through that. And what we see coming, what we see going on in the world is frightening. And it, you know, it's frightening to all of our family members and those who choose to ignore it, you know, but he always gives us a way out. That's such a great point, Mark. You know, we're in it, but he always gives us a way out. Okay. And, you know, if you check that video out, I thought it was really pertinent about how the Queen, they actually show a scene in there where she's celebrating her 70-year jubilee, and she hits this button out in the garden where they're at there at the palace. And it's a 3-strand DNA that goes up to a tree that is a 3-strand DNA. These people are just wicked. I mean, there's just no other way you can get around it. But then to see all of the people around them, they've been standing in line for 14, 15, 20 hours to pay homage to her, you know, and they don't get that they're actually just bound down to Baal, Hasatan, whatever you want to call them. It's so heartbreaking, you know, to see that level of deception going on in the world today, that it's just got them completely hoodwinked, you know, from reality.
What was that again?
The video?
Yes.
Yeah, it's called Queen's Death Signals Imminent Checkmate to Illuminati. And that comes from a gentleman at the Controversy 7 website, but it's on YouTube. And it's really, it's once again, the symbolism, you know, they show a picture there of Trump and Melania standing there with the Queen, and there's Illuminati structures on both sides of them. And Melania's wearing a black and white dress. You know, it just blows my mind. You know, every day it blows my mind how more and more prevalent, and the veil's being pulled back, and this is all being exposed, and they don't hide it anymore. They're not hiding it anymore, you know. Thanks, guys.
Well, the royalty is the perfect example of that. The pawns, the queens, the kings, what's going on now, and they've always been part of it. They are the blue bloods of the world. So they are, it's a perfect example of the playing chess.
Yeah, it's pretty wild stuff. But there's no doubt. I mean, look, he created goodness, you know, the light, formed the light, created darkness, created peace, created the evil. He set it up. He set up the game, man. You know, that's the scene. He set it all up by creating darkness and evil and all this other stuff. Well, why else would he do that if he wasn't setting up the game, getting ready to play it? He says, and all my delight I do. It's his delight. He's enjoying it. He even set the rules of the game. The 10 to bar are the rules of the game. He set the time, 6,000 years. He gave us a way out of the game when he making peace through the firstborn of all creation. We can sit in his peace and we don't have to participate in the game anymore. And he's fine with that. Stay in his peace. You don't have to play the game anymore. He set it up. It's plain to see. And it's all spelled out in the 7 days of creation. Okay, that's my 2 cents and all that. I don't want to go too much deeper into it, but so Alan here says, why does he create evil? Because it's part of the game, Alan. Okay. Anybody else want to elaborate or talk any more about this? Go ahead, Tori.
just had a thought. It reminds me of, you know, how a lot of rich people have those garden mazes and you get lost in there. But if we're quiet and we wait and we're good servants, he's going to find us and gather us. Let them roam through it and let them be lost. But wait for me and I will gather you.
I object to being a pawn. That somehow I just don't like that he created a game board and put me in it. I can't accept that. My relationship with him is a lot deeper than that.
Of course it is.
Yeah, and we all get to choose what team we're on, which side
Yes.
we're on in the game. Okay,
Yes.
you're either choose Yahuwah, and you're in a relationship with him, and this is what it's all about, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, it's all about we're going to worship Yahuwah even though we're lower than the Malakim. It's the whole point of it. And we worship him and we love him and we obey him and we bow down to him and we praise him, even though we're looking at death. I mean, we're going to go back to dust, but yet we love and obey and worship Yahuwah. And that Satan was the highest Malakim, the covering angel. Then he said, no, I don't love you. I'm not going to obey you and worship you. But yet us fleshly beings do. It's an interesting concept, isn't it? So we take a choice. We either decide with Yahuwah, to love Yahuwah and worship Yahuwah and praise Yahuwah and obey the rules of the game, which is the 10 Commandments, or we side with the opposition, the devil, and we disobey and hate Yahuwah, and we don't obey the rules of the game. We obey our own rules and do our own thing and live life the way we want to and forget Yahuwah and his rules. We don't want to undo with it. So we choose wisely. Which side are we on? Are we on Yahuwah's team or are we on the devil's team? That's what it all boils down to. We choose what team we want to be on. There's your free will.
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else got any thoughts on that?
I'm signing off. This is Diane. I'm signing off.
Okay, Diane, thanks for coming. We'll see you next week.
Love you,
Shabbat
Diane.
shalom.
Shalom.
Anybody else? We all ready to get off now? Been on for a while. Okay, Brother Lou. William, you got something? No? Okay, Maria? Nobody? Okay. Would you like to do the priestly blessing and take us out of here?
Great. Well, thank you everybody for being here, and we've learned a lot today. Yahuwah bless you and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you, show kindness to you. Yahuwah lift up his countenance upon you and give you shalom.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Bye.
Shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
All right. Enjoy your week.
You too.
I never know where to turn it off. There it is.